Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. I'm here with Dr. Aesop. What's up, Dr. Aesop?
Oh, how's it going, everybody?
You're live too, right?
Hello.
When do you go live?
About 15 seconds.
Ah, see, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be geeking out on some World of Darkness shit, telling old stories and talking about other shit. This is his show, so I'm just one of the performers.
Oh, I have a great topic for our first one.
Oh, really?
Yes, but let me do the whole share thing.
Share, yeah, that thing that we keep forgetting to do.
No, it's just I like to do it once we're on, just so we can show our guests, our viewers, our community that we are indeed making extra special sure that they are included in our activity here.
Yeah, just like an
I'm
orgy.
not in the right. I'm not on the right space on screen, so give me a second here.
No problemo. You know what? I can actually move this because I don't have to. There we go. No, nah, I'll put it over here.
Okay, there we go. That's a little better.
So who else is joining us tonight? Anyone else say yeah?
Not that I'm aware of, actually. I don't think anybody. Chaos, actually. Chaos may be joining us. Yes.
If they feed them like, what do I do?
Here,
I can't go back up there.
now.
They're gonna have to wait till
Facial
tomorrow.
expression settings.
Going straight to what?
After.
Because that's the only thing I don't like about this particular app that we're using that lets us do the hand stuff. Is that I have to reset it every time.
They might not have had food today.
But that's okay. I'll figure it out. I'm sure that there's some kind of setting or other, you know.
What about her?
I'll have to get more for her.
And
Keep that tree.
let's look this way because I did change my my fit a little bit.
Your fit? Your fiat?
Yeah.
All right.
Check this out, right?
Let's
turn me a little bit here. Okay, and let's zoom in, right? Well, first things first. Just to look at my coat here, I now have the SCP symbol right here. Breast pocket.
I see that.
And if I turn just a little bit,
all that's going into their food.
Look at that.
I filled her bowl up at least, and she's got treats. So
You see it?
Aha! See? Look at that. Similar to my hoodie. You wearing the bling.
I am wearing the bling. I got inspired by you, man.
See?
I always wanted the SCP symbol.
Oh, now you have it.
Yeah, now I has it and the Nocturne. Which I could just say, that's, it's MTF stuff,
I can't see your face.
Okay, that's why I was showing off my fit.
Aha. I use the whole screen for my thing. But I get why.
I don't like to. I'm still figuring out this particular set of this whole app, which is why I'm using it a lot, because I wanna figure it out. Anyway,
did you figure out how we can both be on the screen at the same time?
With VC Face.
Yeah, that's right. We did discuss that.
About the same time that I learned about I learned about that. We all started jumping on this particular thing, and here we are, right? Like,
I'm sure they'll upgrade eventually.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm sure Mags is on it, man. So no worries.
Mm-hmm.
I still like that I can wave my hands around. I can flip things off.
Everybody loves that.
There we go. And I can point a little bit. And yeah, I think that's great. That's all I need personally. In this space that we're in, this space that we're sharing.
Candy?
Okay, so we're going to talk about World of Darkness stuff tonight. Give me just a second here because I was too excited talking to you and I forgot to actually flip on my little soundy toggle things on my end here. So I'm a stupid.
I want a free cookie.
But that's okay.
I want a free cookie.
I'm fine with it.
They were doing an Easter egg hunt at the Circle K and I found an egg.
Okay,
Wait,
so
I
we're
heard-
gonna talk about World of Darkness stuff.
I got.
All right.
I just found out something funny.
What's that?
My wife just got home. She ran to the gas station real quick.
I guess that's fun.
They had an Easter egg hunt in the gas station, and if you found the Easter egg, they gave her a free cookie.
There was prizes. There was more than one.
Nice.
There's prizes.
That's
Some
cute.
had like $3 vouchers. Some had cookies. Some had food.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, well, that's neat.
All throughout the store, and I found a cookie
Dude,
hidden behind the prime bottles. I was joking. I said, how funny it would be if it was in the Kinder Egg. I thought you were right.
Was it in the Kinder eggs though?
No. Kinder eggs aren't as good as they used to be.
No, they're not. Because people were stupid.
Oh, Chaos. Chaos has
No,
joined us,
funky.
folks, but he is traveling at the moment, and therefore he doesn't have his full setup.
Uh-huh.
So if there are any sound issues that is not his or out, there is nothing any of us can do about it. We're just glad that he's here. Welcome on in, bro.
What's up, buddy? How you been?
Groovy!
Yeah, you do sound.
Muffled. But that's okay, I understood him.
Yeah, no, I got him. But we may need to repeat things for the family here, but it's quite all right. I'm just glad you're here, bro. So, okay, here's my first topic.
Uh-huh.
Okay, World of Darkness stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is controversial.
Uh-oh.
That's the reason I'm broaching it.
Okay.
Cain is not a vampire.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
He is.
He never died.
So,
He's not undead.
he's just a different breed of the
He's
same
father-
species.
He's the father of them.
Yeah.
But Cain himself, I contend that when he met Lilith, if you read the Book of Nod, he meets Lilith and she teaches him, quote, the ways of magic. Lilith is obviously an awakened mage.
Mm-hmm.
We can easily say that, right? We don't have to argue whether or not she was. She probably was.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So she didn't teach. How can an awakened mage teach anyone anything other than spheres? Cain's
Again.
soul was never corrupted because he never died. He was cursed to live forever. But his blood is so potent that it causes the dead to live again.
I still say different breed of the same species.
See, I don't think species comes into it, though. That's the problem.
You're getting two birds.
Because Cain,
They're
what he
big.
did was he
They're
passed
big.
on a curse
Well,
to the dead.
look at it. Look at it from my point of view. Yeah, all that makes sense. Fine, he didn't die and all that. But the different breed of the same species makes sense why they would all take after the original. It's like it's a bloodline. He's
They're
just
all
the potent. He's the first. Yes, they branch off like freaking dogs originating from wolves.
Okay, yes, but here's the thing. This isn't like a biological species. This is a mystical curse.
Right.
Passed on.
He was the one cursed. He passed it on to the others. That's why they all take on traits of the original.
But he never fell dead and lived again.
Yeah, but I still say that the pale aura or the vampiric aura comes from him. That it's not so much the vampirism as the curse being viewed.
I wouldn't roll him that way. Like if he comes into the Chronicle for some reason or another, first of all, it won't be to do big stuff.
You know,
Like, do you want fries with that? But I really think he's just an immortal man who has incredible power.
I mean, it would make
He
sense
can pass on
that
because his blood was cursed that he would never die, right? It's just so potent because it was directly. Not even an angel came down and gave him that curse.
and since he can't die,
Are you not entertained?
right?
But he himself never died. Hell, Lilith even taught him how to survive the sun.
Mm.
And a bunch of other shit that vampires just can't do. But his curse was so powerful that when he passed it along to the second generation, and Lilith had to teach him how to do that too, because so she had to do research basically. All right, trial and error. Can you pass this curse on? How does
Well, I mean,
you know?
if he can't die, does the sun really fucking matter?
Well, yes.
Okay, I get.
Just because he can't die doesn't mean it doesn't fucking hurt.
Right, it's a bitch of a sunburn, but it ain't gonna kill him.
Well,
Like, get up and walk it off. It's not gonna kill you.
well, he'll be
Kinda
on
reminds me
fire
of-
until night comes around. But imagine that's agony for any being.
I have to admit, like, probably at first, but after the first dozen times or so, you get used to it.
I don't know. Every time I get burned, I'm still very, very, very displeased.
Lady Taker says, hi, Dr. A.
Hey, lady taker. But still, like, I just don't think he would appear as undead. I think he would actually appear much like the Amenti do. In other words, full of life. Not muted, because again, he didn't die and come back. He stayed alive. And I got the idea most specifically, not just from the fact that, reading the Book of Nod, and Mags and I used to talk about this shit all the time back in high school. We had our copies.
Yeah.
And
didn't everybody?
No. We lived in a poor area, and those books were pricey.
Well, speaking of which, did you know I got the special edition of the Kindred the Embrace TV series, the short-lived one, and it came with a snippet from the Book of Nod. The special edition does. It was actually kind of neat. I was like, fuck yeah!
Pretty cool. So looking at it, not just from the Book of Nod, but from I watched this movie with Henry Rollins. It was called He Never Died.
I still gotta watch that.
It's pretty good. And I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but let's just say I have a big reason for thinking it's not. Cain was never struck dead. He was cursed to live forever because he was like, okay, you created the first actual death of a man of anything, right? Supposedly, according to the story. Therefore, you will never experience it.
No, I mean, we could get into the actualities of it, but the chances of actually seeing Cain in an actual game doesn't really matter. I always thought that leaving it up to mystery was a better thing. Letting him be mysterious and not knowing was better than...
No, yeah, you're never supposed to know that was him. The last thing I read that came out of canon stuff that talked about it, besides the Gehenna books and shit, which I don't know what he did in the Gehenna books because I didn't fucking read them.
Yeah.
I thought that shit was pants on head stupid. Let's kill the second best RPG in the world. No, you keep pushing the fucking apocalypse back, you dipshits.
Yeah.
Move the goalpost, fuck.
It's like, how'd that go for you? Did that work out? No.
It went, some of their new books was okay. But, so as far as I'm concerned, like, Cain is a man with a curse, whereas vampires are undead.
We're cursed by the man.
Kindred, yeah, those that were descended from him because his blood is just that potent that it even brings the dead back to life. Hell, there's a corollary with the Amenti, the mummies, where what actually happens with them is Osiris.
Chaos is trying to talk.
There. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it like Cain just reminds me of it reminds me of a superhero I made for a Mutants and Mastermind game I ran with some friends, where yes, he was invulnerable to a whole bunch of shit and like bullets and bombs, all that stuff, but he still had his nerve endings.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, just because pervious doesn't mean that a 50 cal to the chest doesn't still fucking hurt.
Right.
Yeah. It's easy.
Energy still exists, like he can get hit in the chest with 50 and be like, ah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, take werewolves. Just because the bullets aren't silver doesn't mean, one, they don't fucking hurt, and two, they can't kill you. You pump enough lead or full metal jacket, take your pick. It doesn't have to be silver. You load enough of that into a werewolf, you win. How do you think hunters work?
Well, yeah.
Silver's expensive. But a 50 cal to the head's a 50 cal to the head.
I'm partial to claymores.
Harder to get. Although, but here in the U.S., you can absolutely buy a 50 caliber rifle.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, but I mean, a 50 cal round has your name written on it. Grenades quite more have more of a to whom it may concern.
But he said, in case you couldn't understand it, like a 50 cal might have your name on it, but a grenade is more like to whom it may concern. That's a fucking good one, dude.
I wanted to make a magic item in a vampire game, and my ST told me no, but he laughed and it was like dying laughing. I was like, oh, come on. I wanted to make the stupid grenade. I don't know if you've ever seen an old movie called Mom and Dad Save the World. They had a grenade, and you pull the pin and you set it down, and you just walk away. And they're like, well, what happens? And they're like, well, somebody picks it up, and then they die. And they're like, well, how do you get them to pick it up? And they're like, they wrote on the side of the grenade, it says, pick me up. I was like, I wonder how many people would actually do it.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
Somebody throws a grenade at me, and it lands near me. My best bet is to grab it and throw it back.
Hmm?
And if it goes off while it's in my hand, hey, bonus! I didn't feel anything. Like, do it. Just do it. So a stupid grenade, I think that like there might be a subtler joke here that all grenades are stupid grenades. You don't think we cooked that?
I always thought, instead of jumping on the grenade, just throw the person you don't like the most.
Yeah, I am. I'm jumping on the grenade.
We'd have no lieutenants left.
A grenade lance? Say less, bro!
I mean, it's the modern day equivalent of the D&D. You only have to run faster than the slowest party member.
No, man, it's like you're jumping on the grenade. Oh, hey, Sarge! What? You're an asshole! Boom!
Hey, Sarge,
No
yeah?
court martial, but definitely a posthumous Medal of Honor.
Hey, Sarge, your wife. Boom.
Oh shit, it was a dud. Fuck.
He says, hey, Sarge, I fucked your wife. Boom. You know, funny thing is, I don't know how many out of whatever grenades are duds. Because how you get tested?
Well, I mean,
It's a one-use item, dude. Like,
I remember the Captain America movie. He threw a dummy grenade. And everybody ran except Captain America. So, I mean, something like that.
yeah.
Like,
We
it's a
know.
trick! You're a dick!
Yeah, you have those for training. For sure. How else are you going to train with, like, grenade stuff?
I will admit that is one of the funniest part of Child Play 3 when Chucky replaced all the paint rounds with actual bullets. Supposed to be, oh, it's a training exercise. Everybody's got paint rounds. He's like, nope, one side is losing this.
And yet, apparently, in horror movies, he is a huge trans ally because his kid's like non-binary or something. Or
Who
trans.
is?
Well, yeah,
Chucky.
Chucky?
yeah.
Yeah, he has a trans daughter.
Oh, and he's actually a good dad.
Well,
Surprisingly, ironically, yes, he is. Just because Chucky grew up with a horrible fucking childhood doesn't mean he's gonna allow his child to.
yep.
Actually, one, that's heartwarming. And two, really weird. Chucky's a psychopath.
Right?
Pretty sure one of their things is flat, like they don't feel like you are a thing out in the world to them. But I don't know how familyhood can affect a person with that sort of a, and it is a disability. Like we like to talk about psychopaths and narcissists like they're bad people. No, they behave like bad people, but they have a mental disorder.
Mm.
They cannot help it. That's their fucking DNA, yo. You might as well blame a person for.
Let not thy pack
any
tend thy
disability.
sickness. Get the fuck up.
Oh, how dare you have ulcerative colitis? Fuck you. Huh? That is a fucking really embarrassing disease.
Eh.
You know what I say to that?
What?
What I say to that? What I say to that is, I beat cancer. I can beat your ass.
He did.
Sure.
And if I could tell this story about how you found out, I want your permission.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we're working at the same company at the time. This is IRL. This is, getting out of me being Dr. Aesop Webb. The dude finds out in the most Deadpool way possible. He'd already been feeling kind of sick and shitty, but he's at work, and he stands up, and this is just as they're transitioning for him to starting the shift and the other dude leaving. They stop the car. He goes to stand up. I think he's going to go take a piss inside the store or whatever the place was before starting the shift officially. And the dude's like, "Yeah, okay, cool. I'll be right here." So he stands up to go, and boom, Deadpool's it. Just drops.
Yeah,
And
back pain was so painful. I just
for like 10 years, this dude thought he had sciatica.
Wow.
That, honestly, dude, it scared me. And it pissed me off that they didn't let him keep the ball. But, I mean, it's a biohazard.
I wanted to put it in loose. I wanted it in a lucite cube, so whenever one of my friends says, like, I'd give my left testicle for XYZ, I could just fuck it at him and be like, here, you don't have to.
I had the same idea. He beat me to saying it.
That's good. Oh, los tres amigos, back again.
Back when I got work for that one from like 3 weeks of being off after the surgery.
So I guess
my
we're done with the cane talk. That was an impasse.
Yeah, my female supervisor walked up to me and we're walking in so that we can do shift exchange. And she was like, "How are you?" Blah 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 blah. She has her fiance on the line too, and he's like listening to the conversation. I was like, "I'm good. It just kind of like it hurt. I can't lift anything heavy. I can't really do anything weird." I was like, "I kind of wish they'd give me a prosthetic." And she was like, "Really? Why? Does it like make you feel like off balance?" I was like, "No, not really. Just, I wanted to put like a little one with like a little light and a speaker in it. So every time I flicked it by accident, it would fucking spark up and play Darude Sandstorm." And she just loses it laughing, and I hear her fucking fiance on the phone just for the receiver losing his shit. Granted, the man is Army, so he's losing his shit with that. Like, that's a fucking good one. Why the fuck did I think of that one? Oh fuck!
I'd have a nut to play the bad touch.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. We can't sing anymore for copyright reasons.
Now you're just gonna have the entire fucking song.
You don't need a bud for it.
Where's the bread?
Like fucking
I know, to part the microwave.
Songs fail away, right?
And ketchup.
Like now, my brain has to play the song in its entirety in my fucking skull.
Dude.
Thank you for putting the down gang back in the day.
Dude, my microwave, when it's finished, it goes, dee-dee-dee-dee, and my brain immediately goes back, and bring it all on me, baby, you make. And for like an hour or whatever afterwards, that song's just living rent free because of a fucking microwave.
You're fucking Doobie Brothers.
I knew a girl named Caroline, and she was so overhearing Sweet Caroline.
Hey, dude, no, that's not. That singer's my mom's and my favorite singer.
Can you imagine a serial killer who's moving around the house, right? And he's just like, I know what to do. And he's like, Sweet Caroline, and somebody just pops up.
Ba, ba, ba.
No, but he has to do it with like the beginning portion of it. I'm just like, I know what to do. Hand, touching hand, me touching you,
Sweet
sweet
Caroline. Ba.
I did it twice. What
Gotcha.
are you looking at me? Give me way too, fucker. Okay, anybody got another World of Darkness topic? Because I do have a second one.
I mean, I love telling stories. I've got so many stories from my days, but you were more tabletop. I was LARP, and you're more grooves of. I am like vampire specialty.
So we're doing a vampire LARP. It's very small.
Mm-hmm.
I think at our best nights we had like 15 people, but we had regulars. People were diehard.
Okay.
Anyway, Storyteller had his story that he wanted to run, but he was like, "Hey, would you be willing to play a Nuisha?" And I was like, "Dude, I've been reading up on Nuisha all fucking week. That's weird." Yes. He's like, "Cool. You're gonna play an Elder Nuisha." I was a narrator. You're playing Elder Nuisha, and you create them yourself and all that or whatever. Here's a book, you know. He just passed it back in the van, like, start creating them now. Here's a character sheet. So I make this character, and he gave. I'm reading through the book, and I see this fetish called the Ball of Death. It's a Nuisha fetish, were-coyote fetish.
Balls.
It is a black bouncy ball, like you'd play Foursquare or dodgeball, or not necessarily soccer or anything like that, but a Walmart bouncy ball. You know, the big column of bouncy balls they used to have.
Yeah,
like,
I used to want to dive in those.
On one side, it's all black, and it's on one side it says "Ball of Death," and on the other side it has a big skull and crossbones, right? And it has one effect and one effect only. Anyone who sees it immediately, without a test, wants to play with it. They want it's a ball, you know. They want to play with the ball. It was the most chaotic night with the most direction I've ever seen. Because we knew what was happening. People were after the ball.
I thought there was an onion in the drawer.
And they knew game ended at midnight, and everybody, they're playing it like almost like hot potato. Like, yeah, you can't let somebody take the ball from you. And so they're fighting over this ball. Like their physical challenges, I tenaciously, you know, because we insisted on that. And one group, we'll call my friend Jacob Graves. You know who I'm talking about, I think, Chaos. Character he was playing at one point was Jacob Graves. I don't think this was that character, but Chaos knows who I'm talking about now. It's our favorite friend that everybody knows.
Okay.
And he had the bright idea of playing Foursquare with 3 other players with the ball for an hour. And since they were all meeting the rules of the ball, I was like, I mean, I'm good. And I look at Mags, you good? He's like, I think it's great. And so midnight happens, and we go, oh, it was just a distraction. Never mind. They weren't even mad. Because it was that much fun to throw into a game, and all Uncle Ruckus ever had to do, I had named him this independently of the fucking show. I didn't know about that character. I didn't watch the show. I didn't get the references. That show, The Boondocks,
that like
I do not have a cultural reference for. So, anyway, I made a character named Uncle Ruckus, and he was just this old Nuisha. And it's a good name for a Nuisha, Uncle Ruckus. What does a were-coyote do when he shows up in town, bro? They cause a fucking ruckus. And all he ever did was he would talk to people occasionally, and whenever they would be like, hey, I'm going to initiate a challenge on you, I'd be like, cool, coyotes escape?
Beat bitches!
Yeah, coyotes escape allows the Nuisha to just fair escape.
Nice.
Nuisha are not built for combat, and they do not like it. If you have someone playing in combat as a Nuisha, they were either forced into it, or they're not playing properly. They're not playing it properly.
Well,
they are all Ragabash.
You know about the rule where Nosferatu get fair escape if they're within a certain distance of a manhole cover?
I'd allow
That I what?
But this was a rules as written rule.
It is a written
The
rule.
World of Mind's Eye Theater book.
Yeah,
Please escape. It would just I spend a gnosis by.
right, but there was a written rule that if Nosferatu was in a certain distance of a manhole cover, they can declare fair escape. So, my friend strapped one to his back, totally abusing
the. Would it be like no?
Yeah, no, but it was funny.
It is hilarious, but that's also like 100 pounds, 150 pounds.
Potence, baby, potence.
I don't care what your potence is. I don't care what your celerity is. That shit's gonna slow you down.
No, it won't.
Yep.
I do care about your potence. 1, 2, no, not a fucking chance. You're blocking potence 5 or above, that's nothing. You're talking about tossing cars. A manhole cover ain't nothing.
No, that's absolutely true by that point. But those levels of points, they're if you're just starting a game, and 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks later, somebody has something at 5.
Oh yeah.
I always say, give me your character sheet. And then I would take it and I would say, come with me. I would stop a scene to do it. And narrators don't like to fucking do that. But like, no, we're only 6 weeks into this entire chronicle. New characters, everybody had a new character.
Oh my god, Darth Shadow Voorhees, what's up? Long time no see.
Hey! Damn, it has been a long time. Welcome on in. So I know it's kind of a bitch move, but I was a fucking narrator. I was like, how do you have potence at 5 and we're 6 weeks in?
I just want to.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it makes sense. Yeah, I call someone out, but like, dude, what the fuck?
And no, I remember one time we're playing a mage campaign. This dude rocks up on me. I'm a narrator at this time as well, but I'm playing a narrator character known as the Sephiroth. And we're doing a digital web thing. So he had his own domain, and he was a very powerful Euthanatos Lachmist, which deal with the web and entropy in programming and things like that. And he's an archmage. This dude comes up to me, and he's like, I use a Forces 5 effect on you, Embrace of the Earth Mother, and I'm like, homie, we're 6 weeks in. How the fuck do you have a level 5 sphere? Spheres are the most expensive thing to buy in all of Mind's Eye Theater. With good reason, I would imagine you'd agree, right? Like, they're incredibly powerful. And how did he get his Arete up at the same time to that level?
Without anyone noticing?
And I'm like...
Magic!
And he's like, no, Mags approved it. And I'm like, okay, bet. And so I pulled my shit out. I said he used his power on me, and I said, "Click, stultify an order. You may no longer change." And he's like, "Okay, so which means you don't learn." Huh? You may no longer gain XP. And he got huffy and fucking walked off to the storyteller. The storyteller looked at him and said, he can do it. Why did you go fucking with the Sephiroth? He walks around as Sephiroth.
Vengeance is mine!
It's not a front. He's that strong.
He's that guy.
The fuck are you doing? Your fault, brother. And then, no. For some reason, his shit added up. It did. I don't know how I did it. But it pissed me off, man.
Whenever there was fuckery when I ran con games, I was the guy they like to call to go deal with them. Like, hey, this guy's causing a problem. Deal with it.
Yeah, and that's the characters that Mags would have me play in our games, because he knew I wasn't a power gamer. I don't want to go out and show off my power. I just want to have it and do my thing. You know, which is like why I liked playing Ravnos, because it was like, oh, you're trying to fuck with me? Okay, I throw up some bullshit and I'm fire escape. Fuck you. You know, I'm done. Now where's a fairy? I need some blood. You know, but no, he always installed me as the character who's there to be like, okay, this is over. We had a short order cook from a fucking, I forget his fucking name. He was this big fat short order cook dude at a food truck. That dude was like a 6,000-year-old Amen-T. He never let it on. Never had a reason to. And if shit did come down, it was like, all right, Aesop. And it would happen naturally. Because, well, salubri or nothing if not interested in what's happening.
Yeah.
And when you got a fucking 6th generation salubri, he's not worried about shit. Which, I mean, they're all 7th generation or below anyway by design. They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be forbidden to embrace until they're about to ready to be passed on, because they're close to Gokanda anyway. And then they have their child diablerize them.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's why all salubri are considered anathema by the Camarilla. And even the Sabbat in some cases, because they are everyone a diablerist.
Well, I know that my evil Zamisha used to eat a lot of salubri in the Dark Ages.
See, that's hard to do, even in the Dark Ages, because Saulot died well before that.
Yeah. They kept bringing them. I kept eating them.
I think salubri are limited to like 13 at a time. And they, again, because they can't make childer until they're ready to pass themselves and their blood on.
Huh?
That's
No.
Oh, did you have like a salubri like you had in a thing, and you were like just siphoning their blood, killing people? Here's some salubri blood.
Well, yeah. That was one way.
Yeah, that's a Sumisi.
I was scary as fuck.
Salubri then.
I was doing shit like they said that we should have a vote for Prince. Who wanted to step up, and I stepped up. And they looked at me.
As they're throwing the fucking throwing knife and shit.
They looked at me. They looked at everyone, and they asked, "Have you ever diablerized?" And everyone's like, "No, no, no." And they get to me. I was like, "Yep, yeah, I did." And they're like, "How many times?" I was like, "I lost count at 50. I don't give a fuck." And they're all like, "He should be."
Oh no!
It was Dark Ages.
Wait.
Well, yeah.
You're right. You're right. Dark Ages is a completely different story.
Right. I was much more formal about it, but the whole point was they let me become one of the most powerful players in the game, one of the most powerful characters. I just told them all I did something that requires a death sentence more times than I could count, and nobody could do anything because it was one of those like, do you want to tell them?
Oh, you were that powerful already?
Thank you for the follow. No, it wasn't start of game. It wasn't the beginning. This was like an existing long time game. You know?
Oh, you like to... You're one of those movers in the shadows types. I love it.
Oh yeah, manipulation and everything. You keep getting shit done for you, and then in the end, by the time you're too powerful for them to stop you, it's like ha 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 ha.
That's why I would not play vampire or mage. I would not run it. I would play them, but I would not run them. Because I don't have the patience for that shit. So, no, trust me, Guru politic, dude. But they're politicking even at its most... Okay. I was about to say something wrong. Shadow Lords...
Thank you for the follow on List Fiber.
Awesome sauce! Hey, thank you for going ahead and giving us a follow there. You are the shit. What was I saying? We're talking about let's see, the politics of a particular area and stuff like that. Why I don't run werewolf. Oh, okay. Now the Shadow Lords are really good at politicking.
Right.
So to say
I
werewolves
just
are bad at politicking is wrong because the Shadow Lords had a kind of a hand in starting a war in the 30s in Europe. They weren't the whole thing, but they were influential. A bad time.
Hmm.
Lots of
You mean
dead
to say-
grandpappies.
You mean to say they put the wolf in Wolfenstein?
They kind of did, except from the other side.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's it.
You mean-
That's that.
They were like,
After I
you
learned
like
that, I don't play Shadow Lords anymore.
Well, in my opinion, politicking is not nearly as fun on tabletop because you got a much smaller player base. It's much more fun when the politicking is against other players opposed to NPCs. Because whether the ST tries to metagame or not, they know everything that's going on behind the scenes. Whereas other players don't. And it gets creative and fun trying to figure out what your enemy is going to do, what your allies are going to do, who's going to backstab who. So in a large, like 100+ person game, the politicking is fun.
I can imagine that, yes. And in comparison, in a tabletop game, who's to say I didn't just retcon shit that you didn't know about in the first fucking place to fit the narrative that y'all have built? So that, yeah, this guy was one step ahead the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't know what moves they were making in the background anyway. Or at least not all of them.
That seems to me, Shay. This was earlier on, so while I was still new. I had an enemy that was a salubri. And I kept trying to have him killed, and he kept getting away, and it was driving me nuts. And I finally went all out and tried to kill him myself, and he still got away.
Salubri are hard to kill.
And
Have healing magic.
it turned into a big circus. He tried to rat me out, and I used a double negative on purpose to get out of being caught in a lie. Did you try to kill him? I ain't never tried to kill anybody. He's telling the truth. What? And
You have never tried to kill anybody. You have succeeded every time.
yep. And
From a certain point of view. You know?
right, I told the ST. He was like, "How are you getting away with that?" I was like, "This is how." And he's like, "Oh my god." And there was a lot more to it. He went and told a Ravno or like a gypsy Ravno, and the Ravno told somebody.
Say the G word.
Sorry,
It's a slur now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He was very proud of it. So I mean,
Okay, look, I have met Romani.
right.
And here's the thing they don't talk about. Being Romani.
Okay.
They do not mention it.
Okay.
Because of, obviously, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of persecution.
Well then, I know somebody that's their legit name.
But, well, that's different, bro.
Oh. I wasn't sure how that would work.
Chaos says, just thought of a fun idea for a D&D LARP flame arrow, but it's LED in a clear ball and it's yellow or orange. But yeah, nope. Wouldn't allow it. Not in a live action LARP. Wouldn't be allowed. Unfortunately. It's a great idea, but there's no way that any LARP organizer, where it's a boffer or even light touch LARP, would allow something like lights in the tip of the arrow. That sucks, because it's a great idea.
Alright. Basically, I got away with it. There was a lot of back and forth. Eventually, he did die, and I was upset, and I gave the player a hug, and I was like, I'm so upset that you're dead. And he's like, why? You've been trying to kill me forever. I was like, because you're like the Batman to my Joker.
I mean, again, Salubri are hard to kill. How did you final death him?
I can't even remember, to be honest, because it wasn't as important. It was the back and forth that we had for so long. That was the fun part. When he finally died, I was sad. I was like, God damn it!
You want him to get away. You want the chase to continue. Because you are a Jamishi. You are the penultimate hunter.
I had fun with all our creative, how do I get around this? We're all doing stuff behind each other's backs, trying to figure out how we're going to get the other one. It was just, that was the fun part, was all the wheeling and dealing and attempts and getting away with stuff. And, oh, I was, when he was gone, I was like,
And
Batman died and the Joker was alone. I was like, God damn it.
yeah, it's the end of a story, and it can never come back. That story is now closed, and we never got that far. I used to be a very impatient person.
Have you heard me talk? I'm super impatient.
No. I guess 20 years ago I'd have been like the same. I'd have been like, the fuck!
Oh, fuck! God!
But now life has ground me down enough that I'm just smooth as silk. You ever touched a rock smooth as silk?
Do my balls count?
I don't know. Chaos to his balls count.
I don't know. Good question. Let's throw that out to the rest.
The jury right out there. Hey, chat. Test subjects. Please
Let's go,
us.
Bones.
Give us your
We're
answers. Wait, Bones, you don't have balls.
No offense.
You're
No
a
offense,
skeleton.
but let's pitch the question to Lee. I like playing the game of watch the vein in their forehead grow.
I have a boner, though.
Yeah, sorry. I got confused about something for a second. Because I was looking at my stream and I'm like, wait a minute. Well, yeah, you have the 207th bone, but I picture it as a thing that sort of morphs out of your
Oh no, I just borrowed somebody else's and glued it on.
but like a bone noise, right? Or it goes.
You know, the best one to use is a femur. You just add the femur there, and you're good to go.
No. Don't you know that the one of the primary desirable aspects of a boner is a tiny bit of flexibility.
Yeah, well, I don't have that luxury.
You don't want to just ram an iron rod up there.
So you get like.
It's got to have some give because your body has give.
Yeah, so infant forearm.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
yeah, you know.
we're talking about World of Darkness. I proposed a merit to add, a 1-point merit called "My Shit Still Works," where you don't have to buy blood, spend blood to give yourself a boner.
Little blue friend.
I'm just saying, my shit still works.
That's called blush of life.
This one's more specific. This one's more specific. This one's very specialized. There you go.
Oh, you're waiting for the homie.
I love you, man. But dude, I like LARP. It's just that, like, especially, like, I'm just especially impatient with people. And so when, like, people do politicking, which they're obviously going to do and shit, or they do brute force walking around and bullying people, that's why my characters existed.
Help me
Because,
bully my coworker to getting a PC.
like, my job was to, like, oh, someone's going around being a bully. All right, do it in character.
Come on, it's a 3v1 right now.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was playing like 6th generation Salubri, a fucking Archmage. Like, I was supposed to be the dude that, and occasionally pulled people out of the fire if they needed it.
You know what my favorite thing to say to new players was? Because I constantly got sent new players to, talk to about advice about the game. And I said, never flex what's on your sheet. Ever. People pay attention. Once they know you have this, this, and this, now they know how to deal with you. But if you don't know what they have to keep guessing. And that makes you dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And those were the most fun characters that I ever played, were the ones that I'm not interested in showing off my power.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, I think is why Max did it. Because he knew I just wanted to roleplay. I just wanted to be part of the story. And he's like, and you volunteer. He's like, the only reason you basically volunteered to be a narrator is because you're tired of being a player, but you don't want to be a storyteller. All right, here's a storyline you're in charge of. It was integral to the Chronicle, but I was playing the first one. The story about him is stupid. He was a 6th generation Salubri, and his name was because he had been in torpor for a long time in America, and he woke up, and he's wandering around with the rubblies in his tummies, you know. Now, of course, he's a Salubri, so he's going to be super careful and very cool about it because high humanity, right? And the first people he encounters are playing D&D. And he doesn't know that. He just hears them mention the most powerful character, Mordenkainen. So he's like, all right, cool, I'll adopt that as my name. And so that's how he introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Mr. Mordenkainen. Pleasure to meet you all. You know, see, I can do it. Like, if I'm in front of people and if I'm performing in front of eyes that I can see, I can do it.
Okay.
But eyes I can't see, it's so hard. My Cockney, that was the worst Cockney I've ever done.
Royale!
And Chaos, though he hates the accent, knows I can do a way better job than I did that night.
You're fine!
No, it was terrible.
If you say so.
No, but look, constructive criticism's good.
Yeah, but the performer who's done this and heard many, many accents is going, you're fine. You haven't heard some of this shit. People getting paid to do these accents were worse than that. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Like, I was breaking it up in a weird way. Like, it was... I am not... Oh, I know why I'm not seeing your reactive. It's probably because you're using the phone.
Yeah.
I got his reactive.
Yeah. Give me a second here. I can fix that. Continue.
And I have to nuke a bot.
Yeah, and that's the one time I broke was because Max was going to run a mage game, and I was like, oh, man, dude, I want to step down as narrator. I want to play. So I created a Euthanatos. He was a priest. And he did work closely with the Celestial Chorus, but, you know, he's Euthanatos, but also, you know, an ordained priest as well. Turned out at the end of it that he was actually a Nefandus. And when people found that
all this fucking anime titty!
the replacement narrator came out specifically to kill me.
Why would they want to kill you? You're adorable.
I was I was bad, dude. Like one character found out that because he was a priest too, he was playing a Celestial Chorister, and like, oh yeah, we're brothers, let's go talk.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And badly for him.
Like, we're gonna hang out, right? And he finds out through he's actually pretty smart, right?
Okay.
And he figures out I'm an Nefandus. So I was like, fuck this. I challenge him. And using magic and martial arts, I pull out and heal his tongue instantaneously, such that he no longer has a tongue.
Yay!
And he's like, well, now he's not going to be telling anybody.
You ain't going to tell nobody shit!
I thought that was that.
Okay.
I was incorrect, because there were other mages in game. and they also, as it turns out, happen to be clever, and they found a way to speak with him. And a lot of player characters did show up. Not gonna lie to you, right? Okay, there he is. Not gonna lie to you. But what was fucked up was the narrator character that came out of the woodwork. That he was using knives on whips as a weapon,
Ooh,
and I'm like, I mean, that's cool and all, but
my Zamiche made the bone sword from Brotherhood of Wolves.
the funny thing is, he's the only one I heard.
Ah.
I wasn't. I mean, I had plans.
Have you ever seen that movie? I highly recommend it.
Which movie?
Brotherhood of Wolves. Brotherhood of the Wolf. It originally came out in French. I watched it in theaters in the full French with the subtitles. Amazing movie. It was about the werewolf of Gavorden.
No, I didn't. Actually, about.
There is a dubbed version out now, of course. It was very, very good. I loved it.
It was actually about werewolves. I thought it was just some like French Revolution type movie, or set in the Napoleonic era type movie. I thought it was just an art film.
Oh, it was about the legendary werewolf, the French countryside, and the scare. Everyone thought it was a werewolf. That's why there's the legend of Gavorden. It's
Does it actually turn out to be a werewolf, or is it like no, it turned out to be just some crazy guy?
It's a big spoiler, and I know you don't like spoilers.
In this case, I'm fine with it. The movie is over 30 some odd years old.
It wasn't a werewolf, but it was a wolf, and it was a very large wolf, bred to be huge.
Holy shit.
So it was like a monster. But the real beast, right? And there was a cult, the Brotherhood of the Wolf, that was sending it out to kill people. They wanted the countryside scared.
You know, the funny thing about direwolves is, as far as our projection looks like, they looked nothing like gray wolves. Nothing at all. They had blunter heads and muzzles. Very powerful ones, but they weren't long and sleek and slender the way the gray wolf is. The gray wolf has evolved to that size and those dimensions for specific reasons based on environmental pressures and genetics, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the dire wolf looked nothing like that. It is unrecognizable as a wolf from what our current definition is. Like, it's so interesting.
Yeah,
the recreated ones. We did talk about this the other day, Bones, but I don't know if I've talked about it with you, Chaos. You know how they said they brought back dire wolves?
Yeah.
They didn't. They genetically modified gray wolves into a new species that's bigger.
The good wolf is what you did.
And what's actually cool about it is now we can create entirely new species to fill collapsing ecological niches, because certain species is either extinct, on the border of extinction, or whatever. If you can insert something in that niche, it'll take care of the rest of the ecosystem from there.
Yeah, well, I mean, look how well that worked out with mosquitoes and love bugs and shit.
Mosquitoes did that shit on their own for a lot of... but one thing that they did do with...
Fucking hate love bugs.
They genetically modified mosquitoes where the males are sterile. And what they do is they release those mosquitoes into the wild. And what they will project are greater numbers. Now, male mosquitoes do not bite. Ever. It's not in their physiology. It's not a thing they need to do. They just need to mate. Like most insects, the male is basically an animate sack of sperm. And possibly a food source. And so they do their thing. The female lays eggs, but all of the eggs are unviable.
Yay!
And so, and it works to a degree, but it's like mosquitoes do still fill an ecological niche that is necessary. So they do still need to breed. Otherwise, you're going to lose amphibians and birds and other things and bats and stuff that also feed on mosquitoes, which other things feed on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
you could collapse an entire ecosystem that way. So let's take this stupid lecture that I launched into and apply it to the world of darkness. Right?
Yeah. Well, I know you for that. There's a reason you're a doctor. You get into these things and we're like, yep, and we just nod and smile along. Uh-huh.
No, but dude, I'm not gonna lie. I got off on a tangent, but I
It
can
happens.
bring it back around.
It's fine.
Oh, anyway.
I'm nothing if not a decent storyteller. And so with World of Darkness, say you remove vampires from the equation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Altogether, include whether they're kindred or Quajin, or rather, Walking Dead is what I think that means. I'm not sure. It's a portmanteau of two different languages, so you do the math. But get rid of bloodsuckers. How does that change the world of darkness for, say, from the perspective of a werewolf or a mage? I think not at all.
There'd be a lot of missing political figures.
No, they just wouldn't have been made vampires.
Well, it depends on your timing. Okay, if they never
Yeah.
existed to begin with, opposed to being extincted.
I think never. Okay, that's interesting. Actually, that's a good idea, Chaos. If you want to do that, but given your audio quality right now, I'm not sure your elevator pitch would go over as well as it should. Now you said you're going to be home on Friday. I'm happy to do this again on Friday. If my subscription to Switor is gone, bro.
It is?
Like, yeah, I no longer have a subscription to it. I let it lapse. I just didn't pay it again. I have other expenses at a very tiny income.
I get you, and I've been there.
So. Oh damn! That was a good suggestion. Fuck. Okay. Oh, God damn! Backtrack. I got sidetracked. Bonesy, you said
Penis.
that it would get rid of a lot of political figures.
Oh yeah, that, yeah.
Okay.
Whether they never existed, opposed to extincted.
Right. I think that's a good spot. Go ahead and say your piece. Unfortunately, I do need to step away here, but Chaos will be there to comment on it, I'm sure. I do need to step away for a second here.
Yes!
Apologies.
I can hear you now.
Like, am I coming in better now through just my phone, or?
Yeah, much better.
Much better.
Yeah, it's because I was running off of my headphones, my over-ear headphones at first. I'm on my phone right now, but I was gonna try and go to like my regular just work headphones, see if that works or changes anything.
Groovy.
Yeah.
It might be better quality audio, but I mean, give me a second to switch over real quick.
Yeah, try it out. I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, no, dude, you're coming in loud and clear from my headphone. That's why, or from my phone.
No.
The quality is like amazing.
But
Do what you gotta do. We'll talk about porn.
All right. I'll be right.
What's up?
Hold on, is this better or is this worse?
A little bit better, not much, but
Hold on.
I mean, it was already pretty good. That's why I would say.
Oh, give me a second. I think I might have switched it already to my headphone.
And you sound fine.
Hold on. Hold on, can you hear me now?
Yes, I could hear you before.
Yeah, but am I still coming in clear, or is it like cloudy?
I mean, it's all right, but the other way was better.
Okay, so going through my phone was better. All right, let me just switch back to my phone. All right, there we go.
Yep.
All right, there we go. That's better. All right. Yeah.
Penis.
I wanted to pitch a game that I've been. Well, me and Webb have been working on this game for a bit. It's gonna be a D20 system though.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's based off a book series that I really liked, called Monster Hunter International.
That sounds so familiar.
It's what I was describing. Basically what I was describing in the chat was, like, monsters exist, and the U.S. or wherever you're in the world, that government has like a bounty system for collecting, like, say, supernaturals.
Ooh.
Like say you go after chupacabras, right? There's an actual bounty list that states like, oh well, a chupacabra by itself is like $500, but if you take out a pack, it starts to stack. And the company that you work for, basically, it's whoever makes like the bigger bounty, a percentage of that is taken and it's spread throughout the teams that are scattered through the US.
I love it.
The reason being is because some days you're gonna have a badass fucking kill on something, and then other months you might not have shit.
Do you have a system for it already?
No,
Well,
That's the
we were gonna
problem.
run off of Mutants and Mastermind, I think.
we're gonna try Mutants and Masterminds, but we're gonna try it with the horror level rules, which is like PL6, PL7.
Hey, that sounds good. I've manipulated rules to use for games. I ran a game and I used the World of Darkness LARP system because it was easier than rolling dice.
Dude, that is what's so great about Mutants and Masterminds, the 3.0, the D20 one, is
Mhm.
it has power levels, and you can specifically say, this is our power level. In other words, this is how many points you get to make your character. No superpowers, no magic, or whatever,
You know, the Big Eye Small Mouse game came out with a D20 system that opens the door for a lot of things as well because it's got a lot of anime genres in it.
I have played that one, and I can tell you this. Between the two, there's a lot more leeway in Mutants and Masterminds.
That's fine.
Yep.
It's
I basically
actually,
I made a cross between the Punisher and Deadpool
Nice.
for one of
I
our friends'
made-
names.
I made Lucifer with PL10 characters, which is about your average starting hero. I created Lucifer Morningstar.
Yeah, he did. He really did.
And say he was injured because I didn't give him regeneration, right?
Right.
He was very, very, very hard to hurt, but his main thing was that he was immortal to the point where if you kill him to death this round, you're gonna get a free round without him, and then he will be back, full health, no status ailments, nothing, just ready to fucking fight again. And he was also strong enough to like throw a tank at you if he wanted to.
Yeah, he was.
Nice.
He didn't like to do it though. His main thing was like, okay, he had a power which, if he said a declaratory sentence, oh, you must try this, or something like that,
Mhm.
even accidentally, it would automatically trigger him trying to roll a power to get that person to actually do it. And it was not because of a lack of control. It was because what he was
No, back up.
was
Sorry, not
he
you.
represented
Larry,
out of the
back up
13
and
angels
pile
we created.
Larry,
Um,
further back.
he
and
was the one
pile
who
wall out.
represented light, and therefore conceptually
Have the
true
guy on your
fact.
right take that.
Okay.
That wall.
And so
you
if he
take the opposite
said
wall, and then you guys can
something-
rush in.
He didn't like to. It would basically be a mind control effect.
Okay.
But I drew a flaw. I put a
There you
flaw
go.
into him, whereby he absolutely hated doing it because his favorite thing in the universe was free will. The
Ah.
only reason free will existed is because all the 13 angels sit there looking at their creation and stuff, and they make the humans and whatever and everything else, right? And
Hmm.
just as an offhand remark, he goes, "They could be like us."
You know what? Speaking of just a
That
side
remark-
thing.
That remark was what made them be like, you can't be an angel no more."
Wow.
Oh, but
Because all
back
of a sudden it's
back to my
true.
game. I'm sorry.
Back to
I
his
was
game.
Still pitching, or I was
No,
still.
bitch. You just
I'll catch.
The world is,
Giggity.
yeah, the world is based off of that type of deal. There are different companies that are out there. There are different areas that run. I was gonna run the game in Texas.
Mm.
You work for a small company.
Oh wait, Texas is a setting. You're not actually running.
Yeah, no. Like
Okay.
the settings Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, the setting is in Texas. You're in a small town.
modern world. There's monsters.
Yeah, bottom row. There's monsters. Like there is a monster that works in in your company or in your team, it's an orc. Like orcs exist, like Lord of the Ring orcs, but they're
No, they're not Lord
metalheads
of
and
the Ring
really
orcs.
like yeah, they're metalheads. They're really nice people.
Yeah, they're just a
Like
they're
metal
a
is their religion. They like pray to Lemmy.
but they're not a low tech society. They just prefer to live apart from humans,
They're
and,
nomadic.
Huh.
and
They're
they
very
would
nomadic.
like to be,
They're like
but
homesteaders.
they've had to learn that homesteading is better because people don't like it when orcs run through their shit. And the thing is, they're not. I mean, they love battle and stuff like that, but only if called to it.
Yeah.
They're a really cool society, and they're one of the. Well, okay, the setting is Monster Hunter International, written by Larry Correia.
Okay.
Now,
Now I want to read it.
I don't want to say that we agree with Larry Correia in any way outside of
Politically, in
just
any
the
way,
writing.
shape, or form, no.
This is just the writing because we absolutely have to mention that we don't agree with any of his
Anything
beliefs.
that Jackass says, but the books I kind of like.
Like, it's like, Salvador Dali. He made great shit, but he was a piece of shit.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not sitting here looking at funny mustache man's fucking paintings.
And
Like-
being like, you know what?
So there's also the argument from the other
Underrated
direction.
artist. No, that's
So
never
it's-
going to happen.
What if we did this? What if we separated it somewhat from the MHI property in some conceptual ways? Where we keep some of the main ideas, but maybe we change the monsters themselves up a little bit. Like, change the rules of how those monsters work as opposed to how they work in Korea's setting.
I get you.
So that the vampires don't have that whole... There's a master vampire, and he's stupidly fucking powerful and basically a demigod. But
Well,
they're
it's rare you
demigods
run
who
into
weren't
those
prepared
things ever.
for depleted uranium rounds, which enough of those work.
Yeah, enough of those in a Master Vampire will drop it. Yeah.
And if you just keep pouring them on, eventually it just can't get back up.
God damn it!
And that was the thing, is I wasn't going to have you guys run into those, like,
No,
too
that's
often.
not what I'm talking about. What I'm
If
talking about
ever,
is
dude, like,
not
dude,
I'm
like
not
a
talking
fucking
about.
Master Vampire, literally, because in the books,
I'm not
the
talking
way that
about
they
that.
said it is like running into a Master Vampire was like a fucking apocalypse level event. So
What
the
I'm
fact that
talking
they
about-
ran into that many
no,
in that
I'm
first
not.
book, like,
That was an
Jesus
example.
fuck, dude, no, thank you.
That was an example. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that we want to take an idea where we do a Monster Hunter thing where there's a national knowledge, a secret national knowledge and a governmental agency that's there to, one, control monsters, but also pay out monster hunters as long as they follow the rules.
Yeah.
And okay, we could let's use that idea, but other than that, separate it from things like Monster Hunter International and, as Mags Noctis pointed out, BPRD. Separate it from that, right? Make our
BPRD?
own thing.
What's that?
Bureau of Paranormal Research and Defense from Hellboy.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get you, I get you, I
You're
get
the
you.
Hellboy fan here.
Dude, I'm a little stoned, too, and I'm like...
Mike
I'm
Mignola.
a little
phasing
stoned.
out watching my coworker play fucking Siege.
You know, I have a Warcraft character, a demon hunter named Mignola, based on tribute to Mike Mignola.
Nice. But what we're saying is, like, let's separate it just almost as much as we can, period, from Larry Correia.
Mhm.
And do our own thing. We don't have, and we weren't intending to use any of his characters anyway. So, what's the problem?
It's just a loose world where the thing it gave you an idea. It inspired your own world. Just go with that. It's fine.
Yeah,
It happens
Our
plenty of
vampires might
times.
work a little differently.
I mean, what is it? Dungeons and Dragons inspired by friggin' Tolkien.
Yeah.
Inspired by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't even. I mean, even inspired by is. You know, we could say inspired by BPRD because that's very close to the same damn thing, right?
Similar. They're a government agency opposed to like a company, but still, it's close
No,
enough.
Yeah, because these are independents.
You can
Like
assume
you're an
there's
independent
companies.
firm.
in-
You're an well. Let me just phrase it that way then. Because like you're an independent firm. You're an independent company. Like sometimes you get paid out. Sometimes you end up getting like.
This
6 figure
reminds me
yourself. It all
of
depends on the shit you do.
there was a vampire movie with Jamie Foxx and Snoop Dogg on friggin' Netflix, and this actually reminds me of that.
Yeah.
Day shift.
Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah,
But this isn't just going after fucking like
enjoyed it.
vampires.
it's everything, but it works similar, doesn't it?
Werewolves, vampires, ghouls, chupacabras, fucking.
Independent or corporate, how much you get, who you're wheeling and dealing with. I mean, it sounds familiar, just bigger than
Yeah,
vampires.
like you get like say you take down something like an Aswang.
Okay.
Like you take down a fucking.
That's a southeastern
What's an
Asian
Oswine?
vampire.
Well, it's a
type
fucking
thing.
it's a vampire. Like it's not just a regular vampire. Like they
No,
like the
its
guy,
rules
the
are different.
fucking clerk's like, it's a Filipino vampire. Therefore, it's this blah blah blah, and he like gives it its genus and like
Well-
scientific name. Oh, I'm in blah 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 blah.
agree,
That's that's $12,000. Did you just take down the one? No, we got 5. Do you have the toes for identification? Yes,
Or the fangs,
we
or
have
whatever,
the tag.
depending on the monster.
Yeah, Mags, the problem with BPRD is that they make sure to keep the monsters secret, opposed to this world where everybody knows monsters exist.
No. In this world, everybody doesn't know.
Oh, okay, then never mind. I was misunderstanding
In this
that.
world, it is kept as secret as
They
possible.
exist, but nobody's
One
supposed to know
reason-
about it.
For the one reason, and I put it up on our Discord late
Yep.
last night, and it was the K talking to Jay, being like, "A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it."
It's a stampede.
That's why it's a secret. Pretty much. Hey, what's up, cutie fish? 420. She says hi. Or sorry.
Hi,
Say,
BJ. Hi,
hey,
chat.
hi, chat.
What's up? Everybody loves a BJ.
That's one of the things
But
I
yeah, that
hate
being said, it's
about
you know
being an
like the
elder
reason that
millennial.
this happened is because
Is being an elder millennial, I still have some Gen X tendencies, and I'll still say he or she, and that's not cool.
Yeah. It's not on purpose.
No. And as long as we catch ourselves or each other, we're good.
But yeah, like the reason that you're hired by this company is because you went through a traumatic event with a supernatural. Yeah, and you survived it. Not a lot of people survive it, and the people that do survive it, they either have one of two things happen. You either end up being locked up in a mental institution because who's gonna believe that you were attacked by fucking Bigfoot, you know, or whatever have you that you fucking survived. Because my thing is, I'm gonna have you have a backstory. It's not a tragic backstory. Sometimes it might be good, like, oh yeah, dude, like, you know, I lived in a trailer park and there were these folks that lived in the trailer park too, and they were kind of cool, but they kept to themselves. Like they had a weird ear thing. Like they said that there was their family was carnies. Yeah, they had like pointy ears, like Spock. And yes, it's in
you know,
this
and
world,
then this thing happened one night where
the
like
elves are
they're getting
disabled in this
attacked.
world. Technically, they get a check every month from the United States government
okay,
saying that they
in
are
the
disabled,
MHI
and the
world,
reason being is because they cannot use magic. They cannot they cannot cast spells.
Wow.
And to
What if
deny
we-
a Fae the ability to use that type of magic,
what if we
it's
separate?
disabling them.
What if we separate from the MHI canon in that sense too? Like where magic
kinda
is
like
more,
Philip
not
Martell's.
where magic is not magic is considered a Second Amendment right, and it's regulated about.
Oh my God! I just imagined a bunch of rednecks
Right?
talking about my Second Amendment magic.
Honestly, there's a huge argument to be like,
It's my
That-
Second
that's their
Amendment
Second
right
Amendment
to own
right.
a wand, goddammit!
you know,
Who the fuck are you to tell me I can't carry one? Or 12?
hey, you come
Fucking
into
Mr.
my house.
ATF, man, get the fuck off my
I'll
lawn.
shove a wad right up your ass. Fireball, bitches!
Hey,
Fireball.
No, I still like that. No, I like that like because the normal world doesn't know about that type of thing.
Yeah, but you
Elves
think that-
do have
but
to.
Elves have always been smart enough. They're fake. They've always been smart enough to be like, hey, yeah, don't go showing your shit to everybody. That's like built into the lore.
It's built into a lot of lore. World of Darkness lore. Shut the fuck up!
Supernatural. The entire canon of Supernatural, these monsters still do their best to hide themselves, no matter how strong they are.
Mm-hmm. Even demons, you don't see them coming out in the news and going, "I'm a demon."
Yeah, because people might know enough lore to know that, wow, fuck it, let's try holy water.
Yeah.
Look, it works. I mean,
We had a presidential assassination attempt. They brought holy water.
You just have preachers and water guns. Preachers and water guns. And you get those automatic water guns.
Holy water into a place that'll work.
Those water guns that have the pump in them, you just squeeze the trigger and
Yeah. I like the game. Tell me when you got more. I want to play it. That sounds fucking awesome.
M&M sounds like about the best way to do it, especially at PL6, PL7.
Well, I've had
But
like the
PL6
first
probably
encounter
better.
for a while, and that's the thing is like I've had the first encounter worked up. It's just I don't have bodies for said game.
Well, you just got one.
You know what I mean?
You've got the monsters statted out. In
I always loved the idea of being the hunter, you know, trying to do it. Even in World of Darkness, I loved whenever they would give me permission to play a hunter in-game. Because, especially like in a big vampire game or a werewolf game or something where I'm trying to infiltrate and my life is in danger.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just the whole hunter ideal of, you know, they have a reason, they have a purpose, maybe a tragic backstory. They're trying to hunt these things, risking their life, using whatever knowledge they can, and they're heavily handicapped because they're human, where all these creatures have powers and this and that.
Yeah, but the creatures have an incentive already to protect themselves, but also to
there's a way
stay
off
away.
And for some of them, like the ones that, you know, it's obvious they can't be seen in human world, like say Minotaur or something. The government
Pixies.
does award. The
Pixies are
government does
invisible.
award. Yeah, and what they do is basically the government awards a like a grant. It's a black box item basically. But they get enlisted for a service term, you know, to be determined. And once they're done, they're basically given a challenge coin that says they're exempt from, you know, being hunted. And there's a list that's
If
like,
anybody doesn't know what a
this certain-
challenge coin is, it's a thing that's passed out in between the military and some government bureaus that is sort of an inside thing. Like, oh, you got one of that one. It's almost like collecting Pokemon cards, right? Like, hey, I got
Yeah,
one
but for,
from
like,
Sergeant
that's-
Major, whatever the fuck. But some of them might be, oh, and other people are like, I don't know what that one is. It's like, all right, you don't need to, and you wouldn't show it to that person. You'd show it to specific people.
Yeah, and basically they get these bounty coins, and so, in this world, there's a vampire that exists in his mansion, and it's a tourist attraction. People go there, they're like, oh, it's such a pretty place, blah 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 blah, wedding receptions. But the thing is, every once in a while, his name's Big John, and every once in a while, Big John gets loose from his fucking vault in the fucking top of that place. And Big John has a favorite type of human to snack on.
I believe
If
it.
you catch the wrong kind of human that he snacked on, it just depends on what kind of binge he was on that week.
See, then
So
we
you gotta hope
define
you
how
catch
vampire rules work.
Big John when he's been drinking on drinking on drunks,
Like,
and
does
not
every
been, you know,
vampire
drinking on
bite-
party kids.
Is it more like World of Darkness where they have to have? It doesn't have to make. Oh, I feed them the blood, whatever. Do they have to have the intention of creating spawn, or is it just like a fucking disease or curse that passes by the bite? In this iteration, our little constructed world that we're making here.
Yeah, that I would actually like. I mean, I think it would have to be the intent, honestly.
Okay.
Like the way that I always see it is there has to be intent behind creation.
It requires the will.
No, there's no
of the
accidental
creator.
creations. No, this is like with intent. Like I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big John. The thing is you catch Big John when he's been drinking on drunks. You got a drunk on your hands, and he's not a violent vampire. There's a reason he served the military. He wanted to serve his country. He did what he did to serve the U.S. And when he came back, you know, he had his coin. He's been living for quite. Huh?
That'd be a W1. He probably still calls it the Great War.
Yeah, like he came through W1. He went through W1. He's been around for a while. It's just he's been through Nom, and he said, yeah, every once in a while, I'd have one of them ching chong guys. That's not politically correct,
Holy
John.
shit.
Wow.
Sorry, them Vietnamese fellers.
Wow.
Thank you, John. And yeah, I'd get really sleepy afterwards. Wonder what all that was about.
Like when running a game, especially online like this is a thing. At least I might be paranoid, but I think being paranoid in this type of thing is
Yeah,
safer.
because he's an asshole. But like to
Because-
have that type of guy where you're like, dude, that's not cool. And
No
he'll have to be like,
character.
I'm sorry, I have to get with the times. That was insensitive of me.
You're right, but
I
you
gotta
can't
go
actually.
through sensitivity training again, don't I? Yes, John, you have to go through sensitivity training again. Okay.
No, I get you, but
There's
good
another
rule of
6
thumb-
hours of my life.
Good rule of thumb when you're running, right? Is
Yeah.
I will never. Doesn't matter where they're from. Have a character that uses the N word.
Oh,
or
never,
that,
never.
that
no.
says the K word or the G word or all this other shit. I might say
Yeah.
see you next Tuesday here and there if I'm playing a character, but that word is still very, very borderline. Depending upon what I'm playing, it might work out better. But if I drop the N bomb
Oof,
and
no, that's never gonna happen.
we're all,
Game over.
all of our channels get
Gone.
banned.
Yeah, no.
All at once.
No, that
one
word
N
don't-
bomb, one G, like the word you said earlier, I think will be okay, but good.
Yeah,
You
'cause, I
you
mean-
know it now. You know it now.
Yeah. But no, I
like,
mean, like he tries
racial
to be
slurs.
a very sensitive character, but if you catch him when he's been around a bunch of club kids and stuff, good luck trying to get him. It's like trying to cats.
he's
It's
got the
really
fucking light
strong.
sticks, and he's just like bam, 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 doing that himself.
Yeah.
Bam, bam, bam.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh my God.
Doing it.
Like,
He's
yeah,
just
he's
beatboxing like a
got the
fool.
whistle in his mouth. You're like, come on, John, come on, let's just. God damn it, dude! If we don't get him now,
And
we're
he's
gonna
just
have
like,
to chase him around, and then we're gonna find him outside of a Waffle House.
Like, and he's got his hands above his head. He's like watching the light stick.
Like, come on, John, let's get your pants back on. I don't want my pants back on. I want to be naked. Come on, guys, let him be naked. Boss, you're
There's
not
a
helping.
tour. There's a tour. It's 12:30 in the afternoon. You mean, John? We're trying to keep you alive.
You'll never take me
You keep
alive.
dancing near the windows, and our buttholes are all squeaking so loud they can hear it cross the border.
From the windows to the wall to the sweat drips down my balls.
He's got those old 80s like sunblind glasses on. He's
Oh
like,
my
"I'm
God.
blind.
Where did you get
Like, I'm a
stunner
blind.
shades?
Ugh.
That's a cool.
Oh my God, I had a horrible realization. I need to work on my model's face to hand ratio because I was rubbing my chin and I look up and notice my model is rubbing my titty.
Yeah, it's the closeness to the body. You don't want to have it as close as possible because then it might actually enter into the model. But
I'm like, everybody's seeing me rub my boob for no reason while you're talking. I'm like, no, I'm rubbing my chin, God damn it.
I think I can rub my boob. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. See, yeah, it's just a little bit of control, a little bit of practice. You know.
I mean, my hand with my cigarette's just fine. But the titty thing, I gotta stop that. Now I can't rub my chin. And my right arm just keeps going wild on its own.
But yeah,
It doesn't like two
those
hands up
exist.
at once very well.
There's a colonia, like there's a little neighborhood, Hispanic neighborhood, and in that neighborhood,
They know about John.
like, no,
I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, like no, not that. Nobody ever you notice that it's usually very nice, very clean. Nobody really goes down there, and the reason being is because they say that there's dwarves or little people,
Duendes.
little magic. Yeah, there's duendes. They're like gnomes. And
These are
literally,
6-inch,
they are
like
gnomes.
8-inch tall people. Like they're not little people. Like
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
they
that
are.
we have
They
in
are
real life.
literal.
They are like 6 to 8 inches tall. but not
Okay.
proportioned as a person.
Yeah.
And their
Like,
assholes.
it looked like a lawn. It looks like a lawn gnome, but it's wearing, like, you know, the Dickies with the, like, knee-high socks and the fucking little Nike Aztecs.
Little tiny version.
The Nike Cortezes, you know,
Like,
the
how the hell
fucking
did you
Loke
get those in that
sunglasses.
size,
Like, you
homie?
look a little bit too long at
Go
it.
shopping in the doll clothes.
It's back and you goes, "Yo, Navato!" Huh?
It pulls up its shirt and it shows you a little 22 pistol.
Yeah, and it's got a tattoo. And it's got a tattoo on its stomach that says Gnome Life.
Oh my god.
Nah, you have to make a fucking Chicano version.
Everyone has a Thug Life tattoo.
What's up,
No,
gnomes?
the laugh now, cry let. Oh, it's
But
got the
no,
laugh now, cry later,
it's
fucking
got Korea
payaso
there.
masks.
Because that's what Larry
Huh?
Korea does. Make it your own, bro.
Hanging with my
No,
gnomies.
they have the laugh now, cry later. You don't know that? You don't remember those ones?
Yes.
Laugh now, cry later.
Yeah.
And it's the two payaso. It's the comedy and tragedy masks.
Okay.
It's got
There you
that
go.
tattooed on it. It's just that. Oh.
Max said, hanging with my gnomies.
Yeah. He pulls up his belly, and it's a tattoo of himself mooning you, with the belly button being the asshole.
Asshole.
That
I mean, I would.
sounds like something I would do, yeah.
Yeah. Boss, know me. What you looking
So,
at?
I speaking of, like, tattoos, I've got a giant scar on my back from my spinal surgery, and for the longest time, I wanted that, there was a specific character I played that caused my back injury. I can't say which one, but I was going to get a tattoo of that, holding a chainsaw, making it look like the chainsaw was my, causing my scar.
Heavy.
I thought it'd be neat.
That's pretty trippy.
No,
I mean,
it
that'd be
is.
cool.
No, I'm not saying it isn't. It's fucking dope. I'm just.
I once wanted a
the
tattoo
place
of
where my
Elmer
heart
Fudd.
should be has feelings.
I once wanted a tattoo of Elmer Fudd holding a shotgun aimed at my asshole, saying "Come out, you squooey wabbit."
Talk about that.
I don't think that's a rabbit. There's going to be a turtle head poking out.
I didn't even want to know which raccoon would get it. Whether they would shave that area
I would.
and keep it shaved.
You got to make the image visible.
I have no further questions, is what I mean. And I have for the last 20 years.
My friend won an award because we were at a movie theater. We went to a movie screening, and they had this little, like, entertainment thing beforehand, and they were giving out prizes for random shit. And he won a prize because they asked who in the audience has a Pokemon tattoo, and he did. He had a tattoo of Snorlax.
That's awesome.
And
I have a tattoo of a slice of pizza on my ankle.
like
Or, like,
by the
right
time-
above
by
my
the
ankle.
time the Pokemon wave hit me. This was the first Pokemon, Red and Blue, right? By the
Mhm.
time it hit me, remember there was a long
Yeah.
time between the next one. They had yellow, but it was just Red and
Yellow
Blue
was
with
next.
Pikachu.
Yeah.
Like by the time it hit me, by the time that wave hit me, it was a trickle on the beach. It was just like barely the water washing up, and I was like, you know what, this doesn't get me. I tried playing different Pokemon. Tried playing later versions and all this shit, and I just like, the fuck am I still doing in a top-down view? It's 2015. What the fuck is happening right now? Why am I
Oh, they're
not
coming
in a
up to 3D
3D
now.
environment? And then Pal
Speak-
World came out, and Chaos and I jumped into Pal World in a way that frat boys wish they could dive into.
I love that I got to build my own base. It was so much fun. That was my favorite part.
Oh, we had our base. The first thing that Chaos
We had
put,
several.
like, we had our little casita going on, right, with his area and my area, right? And the first sign that ever went up, it was this dude put it was a come back with a warrant. And from then
Yeah.
on, we called the base "Come Back with a Warrant."
I built two bases near each other, like the little radius things, the markers, and then I built the base itself, the building, big enough to cross over between the two.
Dope. Like, just to answer Chaos, your question that you had real quick. We called it "Abandon All Hope, Ye Who Enter Here."
Oh yeah, that was the second one. Because you got to name, I got to name the first one. You got to name the second one.
Yeah, that was our mountain base where we did all the mining and stuff.
They're still there, mining, by the way. I haven't gone back and checked in a while, but they're still working.
They're so hungry.
Mine feed themselves.
So hungry. Well, not if they run out of food. Like, it's gonna do it, like, when you log in, it's gonna be like, it's been several months.
That's why you build farms! Did you not build farms?
Oh, no, we absolutely built farms and shit, but, you know, at the same time, we got
some of them don't always harvest berries like fucking smart asses they should.
I was just about to start building additional food and things like that to support what we had built.
Ah.
Yeah. It was at the edge, and I was already looking at it, and like, this needs to happen, and well, we still had a lot of them in the PAL box, so it's fine.
Yeah, and I still need to go get that extra fucking boss that we ended up getting. You got one of the bosses I didn't get.
I thought, you know...
Yeah, because every time we go, I keep fucking knocking them out. I get pissed off about it, too. I'm like, don't knock motherfuckers!
I actually read today that Pokemon Go like they just fired like a whole bunch of people, and I think Niantic, the Pokemon creators, like sold the Pokemon Go thing off to somewhere else.
Oh shit!
That's fine. I haven't played Pokemon Go in a couple years.
I mean, I believe that's probably why a lot of people haven't. That's probably why it went down. Niantic got bought out. Yes.
But I think it just, maybe my attention span wasn't good enough for it. And
it got ridiculous because they had these big raids. I was like, well, that was great when you had a ton of people playing. But you need to modify it when less people are playing, because then you go in and you're like, no one ever backs me up. Why am I going to keep playing this shit?
It affects Witcher? Oh, wait, which Witcher game? The fucking...
Oh, really?
I don't give a fuck.
Interesting.
I saw Gwent in the second game, the Witcher game, the second Witcher game, and I looked at the character and I was like, legit, like...
Witcher mobile game. Oh, okay.
Man, fuck you! Why would you have a card of me? How is that a thing? This is stupid.
I'd be super proud of it.
The Gwent game broke the immersion of the entire Witcher shit. And I had nothing to do with it. I ignored it.
Yeah, in three they tried to force you to play it, and I was like, why the fuck do I want to play this? I don't want to play this.
I kind of got a kick out of it, but I was also always whooping my opponent's ass, so...
I got tired of Magic the Gathering about the time that I bought my first professional, one of those decks that was, this is the winning deck from whatever, right? And it was a Kamigawa deck, when Kamigawa was still, you know, kind of new and stuff. And everybody I knew was a better Magic player
I'm frying chicken. I'm not.
They were a better Magic player than me, and they had better decks than me. But when I went up against them with Kamigawa, I even had them go doubleheader against me with their strongest decks. I couldn't win. And that's not because I was good at the game. And that's when I went, fuck this, I really don't have the money to buy cards forever, especially as it's getting stupidly expensive. And
yeah,
I fucking abandoned the game.
Back in the day, I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. I did.
I never touched Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, then you got into 40K, Webb.
No, I didn't.
For like a brief moment, you bought like a set, and you were like, this is $200. Why the fuck would you do that?
Well,
yeah,
I bought it for $200. I had the employee discount, and it was on sale, and I bought it with my Christmas bonus, which was just like in-store credit. Well, part of it was in-store credit, part of it was cash, but like I bought it out of my store credit for Christmas bonus, dude, and I painted a lot of them.
Yeah, it always looked like Warhammer always looked like a great game to me. I was like, I ain't got the money for that shit.
Expensive.
Right. I was like, no fucking way.
are surprisingly cheap because the orc boys, like just their little basic sets, they're not that bad, right? You can buy a bunch of them over time, and then their vehicles. It's specifically supposed to be that you can kit bash shit together. Orcs have shit that you can kit bash it, or at least they did at the time that I was looking into it. Like, you could take parts of other bits and whatever that you have. I knew one dude that made a battle bus out of a toy school bus. And it's like, all right. There you go. You know, I mean, what the fuck are you going to do? And Monster Hunter, to continue on what Mag said, why do I want to play Boss Fight the video game for 2 hours at a time? Like, that doesn't sound fun. Honestly, now I
don't know what the roleplay aspect is of it. I haven't played it yet, so.
Gives a shit about the roleplay aspect. It's 2-hour boss fights.
Are they really that fucking long? That's nuts. Yeah, I'm not.
Stupid.
Yeah, I'm not down with that. I'd fucking want to rip my hair out.
Like you have to track the
because you can play it with friends, and that's what makes it fun. You know what makes it? You know what? I bet Schedule 1 would be a blast with friends. Have your friends be all dealers, and one of you's like the fucking grower.
Oh. I volunteer as tribute. My hand is up on the screen, and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I'm looking at it. It's great. I volunteer as I will 100% do that once the game goes on sale.
Schedule 1 is on sale.
It is.
Yeah, but it's not multiplayer.
Yes, it is.
Is it? I've only ever seen people playing it single player, so maybe it's just.
I've been watching Neebs Gaming play it together.
Okay, maybe it's not on sale and only certain people got it. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people playing it. Schedule 1 is multiplayer. Awesome! Fuck yeah, let's do that.
It's for sale, yes, but it's not on sale.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, I get you now.
It's currently $20, and I can't swing that right now, so.
I got you. And yeah, I'm working on trying to get a new fucking car. I got like a month to figure it out.
Yeah, do that. That's even if you just get a hoopty, that'll last you a little bit.
I know, but cars aren't cheap like they used to be. They're like even fucking piece of shit that don't run is like $1,000. I'm like, God damn it! I used to have a hoopty van that I fucking loved, and I only paid $500 cash for it.
But get yourself an old VW van, fix her up, cost you $12.
I'll find her down by the river.
I don't know, but like I think
no, dude. Those have become collector vehicles again.
Yep.
And so yeah, you're looking at $1,200 to $1,300 just for a fucking rusted out one that you can try and fix.
Yeah.
Good luck finding OEM parts. That's gonna be a fucking arm and a leg.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah, so I found a car that's decent. It's $3,000. I'm trying to find a way. I got to get it. I only have a month to do it though, and that's the problem. I still have bills to pay, you know.
Hey, folks, let's set something up. Everybody that's watching, you know, hey, Bonesy needs this, man. Let's make it happen. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there. Every bit counts. Whether you give him a fucking dollar or $1,000, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I'll put something up on my Blue Sky. We'll see how it works out.
Nah, man, I'll pimp it. That's it.
I don't have high hopes, but I'm trying to figure out. I get paid once a month because of the disability, and then my wife's checks, but we still have kids to feed.
I mean, absolutely.
It was just a big fucking bill that dropped in our lap, and they're like, "Figure it out. You have this much time." I'm like, God damn it.
At least you have a time frame.
Yeah.
That's something.
Yes, there is a benefit. I've been in the past where I had no money, living paycheck to paycheck, and the car broke. I'm like, well, no car, no work, no. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Well, there's been times I've had to just spend an afternoon ripping out the entire water system or the belt system or whatever the fuck, which means removing the water system in the first place, and I gotta fix this right now.
Yeah, I've done that. I know. I've worked on plenty of cars, self-taught shit. It's just I'm at a point. This car, it's done, gone. Bye, peace. Otherwise, I'd be out there working on it even with the pain. I've done it plenty of times. But I'm getting worse, so it's like, but I don't have a choice. It's one of those things where I know I'm going to pay for it later. It's going to hurt, but I got to do it. We need a fucking car. My wife can't do it. What? Sorry.
Feel free, man. All right, World of Darkness.
Little Boo.
Let's talk about something more cheery.
Potatoes.
Potatoes.
Let's see. Gosh, y'all have any topics you wanted to talk about just in World of Darkness kind of stuff?
Potatoes.
Let's hear it.
Shout out to the babies.
What? Like me?
Yeah, just World of Darkness
Put the
stuff.
stuff in the dryer.
No, because I was talking about the story, or not the story, but I was talking about the game I wanted to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, this was supposed to be about World of Darkness, and we've tangented. For,
Yeah.
well, that's normal, but whenever you talk about shit. You talk about something, and then it brings up something else, and that's a normal conversation. What?
If you don't know a shit ton about it, it's hard to talk about it, and I get that, man.
They know. Lil Boo wants to say we had a litter of 5 kittens. Scuff Kitty had the babies.
Yep, we're still doing kitty voting. Although I think I might take it to the next stage soon because it doesn't look like anybody else is voting. And we're going to move it into picking out... well, honestly, we could cut it off anyway and pick for the first place, which is 1 name, the second place, which is 1 name, and third place, which is 3 names, which would make ranks 4 and 5. And the ranking doesn't matter. It's just that if you're in the top 5, the person who suggested that name gets an XP.
Neat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can look into it right now.
Arthur Morgan. That's right.
Kitty voting. Let's see. First place we had Dappy, Dappy. That's
PP.
Dinky.
Well,
Second place we have Benson,
Interesting.
and at third place, and this is where it cuts off because this is going to be ranked 3, 4, and 5. Arthur Morgan, Gemini, and Gopher. Not Gopher like the animal, Gopher like the person who is at the bottom of the job site ranks. It's like, hey, I need you to go get this for me. A Gopher. Names that were in 4th place are Church Squeak Atlantis and John Marston. And in 5th place, we had a 7-way tie.
Wow.
So, yeah, we could cut these off. Chafe, Lax, Poot, Bubbles, Creighton, Helper, Fluffums, and Pyramids Schmyramids.
Lil Poot.
So, yeah,
I always like the name Lil Poot.
I think those are the top 5 names. Let's see who suggested Dappy. Dappy was from Nep and Terracotta.
Yep.
The next name down is Benson. I do believe, yes, indeed, that was Faye. And coming down, Arthur Morgan, that was you, Bonesy.
Yep. Because Arthur Morgan is badass.
Gemini was Kieran, Sir Grogshire. And Gopher was... Holy shit, Chaos. I think everybody gets an XP.
Yay!
Not yet. Next game. When game starts. But, I mean...
Yeah, I still got to do my XP because I got to do my spirit scene.
Yeah, don't spend it until we do it.
Yeah.
We'll try to have the time for it for next game. I've had to re-evaluate some things given that there's not actually going to be a one-shot with Daz and Lee. Because Faye is going to be busy. And like it was an infiltration thing. And yeah, so we'll just go right into the next session with everybody that can come. I hope everybody is able to join.
I love it when people are coming.
Yeah, I mean, makes people happy.
Yep.
I mean, for the most part, like, I don't know.
I for some reason I just imagined like several raccoons coming.
Gosh, it's you're most familiar with vampire and werewolf, Bonesy.
Yeah, I mean, I know enough about mage and changeling. I played a little bit of both to get a feel for it. Never played mummy. I know Red Book Hunter pretty good because I always liked the Society of Leopold. The imbued hunters are a bit off for me. I'm like,
They're weird.
yeah. Because, like, and whenever I played Red Book Hunter, I actually never joined factions. I always played the Independent Hunter. And to be fair, the Independent Hunters were a little bit broken with their benefit. You know, just like clans have benefits, the different Hunters Associations have benefits. Well, since you have no backing, Independent Hunters get 12 extra freebie points at character start.
In LARP?
Yep.
Fuck.
Because they're solo. They're solo hunter with no backing.
Oh, so you're already walking into the game like fucking Rambo.
Right, because you can't call people for backup. You ain't got nobody. You've got yourself. Figure it out.
Unless you spent your freebie points on, I don't know, backup.
Well, like I said, it's just like clans. They have different factions, and there's an independent faction. Where if you are an independent hunter, the benefit to being an independent hunter is that you get 12 freebie points to represent the experience and ability of doing this by yourself. However, the other factions say, the Society of Leopold, you got motherfuckers. You just pick up the phone and be like, bitches, we need help.
Well, yeah, because I mean they're tied with the Catholic Church and things like that.
Right? So you get the comparison. But you know what's really broken in the Red Book? If you are a supernatural hunter, say you purposely ghouled yourself, you've got Fey lineage, something like that, kinfolk even, which are all merits in the book. You can buy your traits, physical, social, mental, up to the same max as an 8th generation vampire.
That's stupid.
Yep. Otherwise, you're stuck at normal mortal max. You have to be supernatural for that to even count.
Like a kinfolk who can take out Garou.
Yeah, but those merits are kind of expensive. Like a kinfolk merit is like 4 points, 4-point merit.
Yeah, but you have 12. Oh no, but if you choose to be a kinfolk, you're not an independent hunter.
Well, you are. You can be a kinfolk and not be with the bond or anything or the sept.
Holy shit, that's so dumb. But at the same time, it's basically also what Faye built, because he was a kinfolk who went around and made sure the veil was intact.
Right. He went and did his own thing. I mean, most Guru nations would be like, no, don't let the fucking kinfolk. We gotta protect the kinfolk. And he's like, fuck that. I'm doing my own thing.
No, he didn't. He did it for the set.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you protect kinfolk because they're breeding stock. Like, no, don't die.
No, that's absolutely true. But he was unmarried, and basically, I mean, he was a glasswalker kinfolk. Glasswalker kinfolk are put to work.
Yeah.
And he was good at shooting things from a distance and disappearing.
Well, that's what he did, and he does it good.
And
except when his gun jams.
the Sydney Sept is...
That's my new nickname for him. The Sydney Sniper.
It's right next to a fucking Black Spiral Dancer Hive.
Can I call him that?
Sydney. No, hold on. Give me a second here. Listen to this.
Okay.
He came from Sydney, right?
Yeah.
The Sydney Sept is almost, I mean, as far as Google Maps is concerned, next door to a Black Spiral Dancer Hive that is also in Sydney.
That sounds shit-tacular.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to put your kinfolk to work.
Yeah, I don't. That's my new nickname for him. Daz, you're the Sydney Sniper.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. As long as you remember it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
What?
Wait, are you referencing some shit that happened years and years ago?
No,
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay, because
Sydney was brought up. He's Australian. He's a sniper with a gun. It was simple
we
math.
actually had a really bad
X
shooting
plus X.
years and years ago where it was basically the biggest mass shooting.
I didn't know that. I don't watch Australian news.
Well, it was to the point where all of Australia went, you know what? No more guns.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would make sense.
I'm not going to get further into that topic.
Okay,
Obviously.
so should I not call him that now? I thought it was endearing.
What?
The Sydney sniper.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure.
Did it happen in Sydney?
I'm not sure.
It rhymed so well. It just rolled off the tongue.
It doesn't rhyme, but it does alliterate.
Yeah. Well, okay, fine.
It could. Just
I was like, that's what he does. That's where he's from. It makes sense.
but still. Okay, gosh, I wish.
It's almost like you can't reference anything anymore because a bunch of fucking assholes ruined it for everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, shooting a bunch of people is an asshole thing to do.
Yeah. They should be shot back.
I hate to bring it down there, but I'm not sure how well that would go over.
Now I'm going to look it up.
Name.
Now I'm going to look it up. If it didn't happen in Sydney, I think it's okay.
Well, that's because, you know what? Never mind. We're good.
So what else? I mean, we could go on. I've got so many stories about past characters and things that I've fucking done.
Tell us an entertaining one. Let's go.
An entertaining one? Let's see. I could tell stories about my Samedi. I freaking love Samedi. Did you know that they never came out with a clan book for Samedi, even though they had other bloodline books? So fans actually made a fan-made clan book for the Samedi.
Okay.
It was pretty popular for a while. It was circling around the internet. A lot of people were picking up. A lot of people used it in their chronicles. My ST allowed me to use one merit out of there, and it was called Removable Limbs, only because it was an exact copy of the Nosferatu Lizard Limbs merit, but instead of growing it back, you just reattached your limbs.
Okay.
That was fun. I used to, I'd remove my hand and then use, necromancy tremors and stuff to make my hand do shit. Or place my eyeball on my hand similar to the Nosferatu thing. Or not, Tremere. Like, go spy in this room.
Yeah, that is a Tremere thing. It's a ritual. I think Zamisi can just do it.
Yeah. Zamisi can do all kinds of fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's when you want to delve deep into the darkest part of yourself.
I remember once I had the crafts for it, and I turned my finger, like the bone of my finger, into a skeleton key. So whenever I needed to break in places and shit, I peeled the skin back from my finger.
You know, the funny thing is, most modern locks are stupidly easy to open.
Yeah, they still are, yep. I watched, how lockpicking works, and I was like, that's it?
So I like the guy who's like, no, fuck that. I'm just going to hit it, and it opens. And then he takes another lock, and he hits it, and it opens. Really?
Well, we found that out in Florida, the house where I grew up in. Our bathroom door had a push-button lock. And we used to get mad when somebody lock the door and then close it and forget that they locked the door, and then it was like, oh shit, the door is locked and we don't have a key for it. You know what I mean? I found out if you hit the door really hard, it just pops the lock open. And we used to do that just to piss people off. They're in the bathroom taking a shit, pop the lock. Fuck.
There's a hole in the opposite doorknob Or if you stick a wire in.
Yeah, you can go. They've also changed them where now it's not quite a wire. You can put a small flathead screwdriver and twist it. Like you have to get it in the little notch.
Yeah, you just fiddle around. Yeah. That's because you shouldn't have a lock that's completely unopenable to a door.
Right.
What if you need to get to that person?
Right.
But at the same time, that's kind of the point of a lock, is I don't want you to get at me.
Mm. Well, that's why I used to, piss my sisters off. I was, me and my sisters fucking were mean to each other as shit.
You see the lock-picking lawyer, and it's impressive and shit. But this other dude, and I forget their YouTube or TikTok title, what they call themselves, but this dude sometimes will just smack a lock, like the master lock, and then he says some model number can be opened with another master lock, and he says the same model number, and he just smacks the one lock with the other.
Wow.
Opens.
That makes so much sense.
With just a bit of shackle pressure, like you're actually putting pressure on the shackles when you're trying to open. And, well, there you go.
Huh.
Like, you don't need a key. You don't need lockpicks. Just smack it.
I like to stick my finger in it.
It's incredibly dumb. Oh, now I get it. It's incredibly dumb.
Oh God, what other great story? I mean, my Samedi did a bunch of dumb shit. I'm trying to think of all. I told you the story about the dagger. I had a scene where apparently I had pissed off the entire game. What happened was, earlier in the night, I used Mask of 1,000 and pretended to be the Justicar. Like, I think it was the Ventru Justicar. And I gave the prince shit and got away with it. And he said, well, what about this character? He was doing a really good job role-playing that it wasn't me. He's like, what about this guy? What about Bones? What do I do with him? He's not to die. I want him brought to me. Alright? I accidentally saved my own ass. See, later on that night, I'm walking, and I go to use obfuscate to disappear. But then I hear behind me, there's a mental challenge to see through your obfuscate. I was like, oh, really? By who? And I turn around and see, like, almost the entire game behind me. I'm like, oh, shit. It was one of those moments like, fuck.
Yeah, somebody wins.
Yo, I won every test except 2. I beat them all.
Damn, bidding traits and everything?
Yep. We are bidding traits and I just win. You don't lose a trait if you win, so win. And,
a couple of them beat you.
Yep. 2 people beat me, but they had the big weapons and they hurt a lot. Well, I burnt for Ashes to Ashes, where the Thanatos where you turn into a pile of ash. But it doesn't go off until the end of the round. So I'm like, I am leaping towards that sewer grate there. At the end of the turn, I will fall into a pile of ash into that sewer grate. And the ST says, okay, but he's the only one that knows. They all just see me running like a bitch. So they're trying everything. They're like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I was 1 health level away from dropping. 1. And he goes, any more actions? Any offhands? Anything? Alright, end of the round. He turns into a pile of ash and falls through the grate. Everyone assumes he's dead because he turned into ash. I was like, I got away! But just as they wanted to chase me into the sewer, the prince comes running up going, no, the Justicar said he needs him alive! And I was like, yes! I accidentally saved my own ass. I was just fucking around too. The thing where I was fucking with the prince was just me screwing around. There was no plot, there was no nothing. There was just me wanting to fuck with the prince.
That's pretty insane, actually, with, like, nearly 100 people ready to hunt you down. How did they figure out it was you?
What do you mean?
Like, how did they figure out?
They didn't know it was me posing as the Justicar. They just hated me.
You must have been a dickweed.
I am a dickweed. I was the one that friggin' made a fucking Toreador wretch because I told her I named all my maggots and then started introducing her to them. I told one girl that her name was too complicated, so I was going to call her gonorrhea instead because it sounded prettier.
Oh.
Yeah, I was a dick.
You called her what now?
I told a character in game that her name was too complicated, so I was going to call her gonorrhea instead because it sounded prettier.
Oh, I thought we were talking about an actual person because I was like, dude,
No.
back in high school we called a girl dildo.
I knew a girl we called friggin' Puddin' Pack. And another one we called Mayonnaise Jar, but we'll stop there.
That's fucked up.
No, the worst one, the Mayonnaise Jar, she was proud of it. She told other people that was her name. That's the worst part.
Pretty fucked up.
I had a friend call me Goat Roper because of a girl I dated.
Yeah, I believe it.
No.
Oh, God, if we're going to go into to bad stories, I've got a horrible, horrible one, but it wasn't vampire-related. Well, it kind of is, because it was all my vampire friends.
She used to baa like a goat when she was getting there.
Oh.
And a buddy of mine heard me and her at a party, started laughing, and called me Goat Roper.
See?
The other homies heard the name and were like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I'd probably be one of those people. Laughing my ass off. No, we were at a strip club for my friend's bachelor party. He was the main ST to a lot of games down in Florida. He told me a story, like in confidence, a long time ago, that one of his exes he had to break up with because he caught her fucking a horse.
Oh.
Right? You know, this was something he told me in confidence, right? I assumed I was like the only person that knew this story, so I never told anyone, right? So it's his bachelor party, and the DJ goes around and is asking people in the party, like, give us embarrassing stories. I was like, I got nothing. I plead the fifth. I didn't say shit, right? So I go back, and I'm sitting at the table, and I'm drinking, right? And he's sitting next to me, and the DJ announces, and he tells the story. Someone else knew the story and told him, but my friend thought it was me and immediately looked at me. I was like, no, I didn't say shit!
I'm innocent of these crimes!
It wasn't me.
Yeah, I was that guy, because whenever I get a good setup, I can't help myself. But yeah, that one I was like, no, I'm not saying shit. Nope.
Yeah, dude. I think the most awkward one for me was running into a high school friend at a strip club.
I had that happen. It wasn't just a friend, it was an ex.
I saw a girl. I thought the girl was very attractive, very pretty. I went to go tip her. And as I'm tipping said dancer, she turns around, makes eye contact with me, and goes, "Oh, hey, Chaos. How have you been?" I was like, "Oh, shit." Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I had an ex.
You look like naked.
Ex showed up at the strip club I went to, and they told me she never came back after that night when she found out I was a regular.
Oh God.
That's not exactly the kind of thing you're looking for.
I wasn't being mean. I just happened to be there. I didn't even say shit.
Damn.
She just saw it was me. Oh, he comes here all the time. I'm not coming back. That's not my fault.
A buddy of mine said he found out his lab partner was a dancer. And he was like, "Yeah, dude. One time I fucking missed a day." I was like, "Damn, I need the notes, and I know I can't fucking like call her right now. I know how I'll get to her." She went to her job.
What?
Tipped her a $5 and was like, "Can I borrow your notes?"
You know what I just realized? I just told the horse fucker story. I didn't even... God damn it.
Terrible man.
That was like over 20 years ago, though. I don't think it really is relevant anymore. Plus, he passed away a couple of years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It's all right. You know, I told me and my friends we talked to were like, when we finally go, he's probably got a game waiting for us when we get up there.
Or down there, depending on your situation.
Yeah, wherever.
I mean,
Wherever it is, he's there waiting. He's like, motherfucker, what took you so long?
I got a jar of dirt. Guess what's in it?
No, Whisper. Stop it, Scuff Kitty.
Just shaking web as I run through his mom's house.
you would find that difficult. First of all, my mother's been dead for thousands of years. Second of all, bigger
No, Scuff
by a
Kitty.
lot.
Come on, Scuff.
I didn't say it was gonna be an urn with all of you in it. It was just gonna be enough of you to run through a fucking run through the house.
How were you gonna put any part of me in an urn?
I was thinking about writing a list of insults for some of my friends
Hey,
and passing them on to my best friend so he can read it at my funeral.
No, with my spouse, I found out that they can take your ashes and press them into a vinyl recording. And I told my wife that when I go, I want to be pressed into a vinyl recording of Pink Floyd's Dark Side.
Huh.
And she was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Either that, or you press me into a fucking 45 of Freebird."
They do it for dice too. You can get someone's ashes put into like D20s.
I guess.
I like some Skynyrd songs. Don't fucking judge.
I'm the type of person, if I put myself into a recording, it would probably be the hamster dance.
Oh no, Webb found an even better one. He wants to be turned into a bong.
Nice.
So
nice.
Every once in a while I can still sit out on my front porch and like have a smoke with my best friend.
Yeah.
It's
I
apropos.
don't have a problem with it at that point,
He's fucking dead. What's he gonna fucking care?
I don't want to be cremated.
That's exactly what I said.
I don't know why. I've always actually been uncomfortable with the idea of being cremated. I don't know what it is. It just, yeah. I know, like, the body rotting in dirt is not the best either, but.
I want to be put in the oven right as the fucking solo on Freebird hits.
Dude, turn this waste into something useful.
I always thought about the movie Scrooged, where he suddenly appears in his coffin, he's getting burned, and I was like, what if I woke up? What if I wasn't really dead? No! I always had that thought in the back of my head. I was like, nope.
Well, then they would have fucked up when they started embalming you.
Yeah, I know. Look,
If wasn't really dead, well then they just fucking embalmed you for nothing.
Yeah, I think as soon as something went up my butthole. I had a friend that used to be a mortician, and he showed me one of those cork things with looks like a fucking giant screw that goes up the asshole. I was like, no.
But you didn't tell him the lovelier part about that. It has hooky parts, so it looks like a screw with fish hooks.
Yeah,
no. I have a friend who works in the funeral home business.
Yeah, no. You'd be. I don't care what state you're in. You're waking up when that goes in.
Story. No, he was telling me a crazy ass story. Like, okay, so you know how like certain people have certain stipulations in their will that they want to be buried with items X, Y, Z, or whatever. Well, there was a person that wanted to be buried with this large diamond ring, and I mean, it was a fucking noticeable fucking stone. And the family members were like, hey, so in her will it says she wants to be buried with this, and blah 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 blah, and like they kept trying to give him money and kept trying to be like, hey, why don't you just say that this went missing, or say that you buried her with it, or blah blah blah, being greedy little fuckers.
Huh.
And the man was like, "No, it's in the will. It's in the stipulations. I can't
Yeah,
go
it's
against the
law.
stipulations.
You
Like,
have to do it.
yeah, it's the law. I cannot do that."
Wow.
And they're like, "Blah blah 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 blah. You're not being a team player." And he was like, "You know what? You want it so bad? Come and get it, motherfuckers." And he puts it in the deceased's mouth and then fucking wires her jaw shut. And it was like, "You want it so badly? Go and fucking get it yourself, you fucking leeches." And he was like, "You know what?" He's like, "It was the only time in my life that I ever felt satisfied
Aesop approved.
cremating someone."
Wow.
For
He was
real.
like, "That was the only time because fuck those people. They're not getting their hands on that." And she knew it too.
Yeah, and that thing's like a sewing machine, dude. It like wang, 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 like
Yeah. Like, he sewed her jaw shut and was like, "Fuck you, go get it."
Wow.
Like, do your own dirty work, you greedy fucks. And then he put her into the fucking cremator.
yeah.
And I was
Nice.
like, "Damn, dude." And he was like, "Yeah." He was like, "I felt so bad for that woman that, like, he wanted to cry." I was like, "I get
Wait,
it,
it
bro."
was a
He's like,
diamond ring.
"It was a fucking rock. It was a
Well,
diamond."
That's in no way
It's
gonna hurt
carbon.
the
It
diamond
just
or
went.
the gold. The gold will melt, yes, but it'll still be pure gold, and the diamond's not gonna get hurt at all. But nice
It
gesture.
runs at a, no, dude.
Like
The
that
diamond
was
runs at a
fucking-
couple thousand degrees, dude.
No, diamond.
Yeah.
No, diamonds and gold will not be touched by that. Gold will melt, but it will still be pure gold because it's elemental gold. It's never going to be anything
Yeah.
else. You can still purify it. And diamonds, trust me, dude, when I tell you that that temperature is nothing for a diamond.
Oh yeah, but you don't get the entirety of the person in those ashes either, dude.
No,
There's
but
some leftovers.
like seriously, dude, diamonds they can withstand way higher temperatures.
I just imagine going to the pawn shop with the melted gold and going, just ignore those bits of grandma in it.
Yeah, no
Right?
shit.
Like,
You
dude,
could-
like, fuck yeah, dude. Like, you're not gonna go through that shit.
You could no. Here's the thing: you can just scrape up the gold. The diamond's gonna be fine. You just pick up the diamond and put it in your fucking pocket. The gold, you scrape it off the slab, right? You take it, you heat it up again, you purify it, you scoop off the shit from the top, the ashes and shit.
The
that got
grandma.
mixed in. And then you scoop out the grandma, and then you have pure gold.
Diamonds melt at an exceptionally high temperature around 7,280 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
Diamonds are forever, bro. Like they're made in the mantle of the earth.
And
Like,
that's
no-
why diamonds
He
are
also
not
told
for
me,
me.
He was also telling me one of his fun ones was he had a guy.
Oh, yeah. Crematories operate temperatures typically between 1,400 to 1,800 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, no, diamonds will be fine. No, seriously, if he put it in her mouth, great gesture. Great gesture. I mean, that's a power move. But at the same time, if they were in any way smart, they'd be like, it's going to be in the ashes.
I think it'd be more clever if they pulled the diamond out of the remaining ashes and then gave the urn to the family and they all went sifting through it.
Like a bunch
Where the
of
fuck is
fucking-
grandma? Just said, yeah, they're just going through lines of grandma like it's a fucking 8-ball. Where the fuck is it?
To quote one of my favorite lines ever, from one of my favorite movies ever, Clerks. Bunch of savages in this town.
People are savages. People are awful.
Yeah, I know. Why do you think I'm not a people? Ah,
I used to be a people. I used to be a people that hated people. I still hate people.
Well, at least you're.
But I
one step
used
further.
to too.
And Chaos, you've never been a people. You're a raccoon.
I don't even think once.
You don't even have to do that shit at all. You just be raccoon.
When you took an arrow to
Super
the knee,
intelligent raccoon that can, build,
Oh.
HVAC and plumbing systems and stuff. Still my favorite. One of my favorite beings.
But yeah,
No,
that
like,
was that one. The other
imagine
one was
this.
He found
oh,
he found a butt plug up a guy once. He was having to do the preparing. Dude, the guy had a cardiac event, and they went to go pick him up at the hospital because he died when he got in or before he got in, and they were like, "Yeah, funeral home. Guy had a heart attack. Okay, cool." He goes, picks him up. They take him in. They're they're like, well, we didn't have to take him to the coroner's office, so they don't really need an autopsy. And they're like going to go do the thing, and he's like, yeah, there was a flared face just staring at me, and I was like, hey, what's this?
Surprise!
This isn't one of
This
ours.
could not be right here. What's this? What's this? I am suddenly feeling fear. What's this?
I found a bunch of fun butt plugs. I like to share them on.
Butt plugs.
Yeah, like the big spiral one. I saw it was like somebody pulls this and they're gonna take off like Fairy Barbie.
Yeah, we had a friend that we had a friend that discovered you're not supposed to yank the beads out like you're starting a lawnmower.
Yeah.
And that was the worst outcome, because the second that he did it, that girl she browned all over his bed.
I found I found one.
Needed a fucking hospital call.
I found a butt plug that looked like a candy corn, and somebody had it in the bowl with the candy corn and says, "This candy corn tastes like shit."
Mag says to reply to something we said earlier. Then you took an arrow to the knee, and then just now, how else are you gonna win the prize?
Reach into the box and find the prize.
See, Mags is a demon, and that explains everything.
I'm an asshole.
No, and there's no part of you that's an asshole. But that, scientifically.
And I'm just chaos incarnate.
You don't even have sphincters anymore, man. You're in bones.
The doctor pointing out scientific shit.
Yeah, but it turned into a joke and it said your bones. Come on, that's...
Ba-dum-bum.
Anyway, it's... Hey, if you explain the joke, it's already dead.
Oh.
Shit, man. Oh.
Gatorade. You're my best friend.
I haven't done that many LARPs and stuff in World of Darkness. I'm sure Mags has some stories. Mags! What are you doing? Jazz in here. Come talk to us. Come tell us some World of Darkness stories, dude.
Too many. Yeah, I believe it. What's another good one?
It's an open chat. Just go to the werewolf server. Bam. Come on in.
Oh! I remember I was playing, I went to a game, and I hadn't made a character yet. My friends had already started, and I was like, I want to play... He's like, I have an idea for you. Could you play an NPC for tonight? I was like, sure. He's like, I want you to make a human. A normal human. And you're a criminal, because they decided to make Elysium the SunTrust building. You're trying to break into the vault and rob the place.
Son of a bitch. I'm in.
Yeah.
And what I missed? I'm sorry, the kids ran in.
No, go ahead, Bonesy.
Okay, so I go in to rob the SunTrust building. I'm going into the vault because the vault's actually in the basement, like the sub levels. I'm going in from underground. I'm blasting in. They send the sheriff, and I am just throwing like a war god. I am winning every test flat out. No ties, no retests, because they beat me on everything. They just couldn't win to save their fucking lives. And I am taking down vampires left and right.
And what are you playing?
A human, a normal human.
And how are you getting that kind of stuff on your fucking retests and shit?
I just won, flat out. They just could not win the paper, rock, scissors. They're like, retest this, lose. Retest this, lose. I didn't have to blow a bunch of shit. They just couldn't win.
And it's the reason why the Mind's Eye Theater for Chronicles moved away from paper, rock, scissors and used cards instead. Was that eventually you're gonna know your opponent well enough to know how they throw.
Huh.
And sometimes, and here's the thing: some people, when they throw, like for instance, scissors is low because you just put your hand out, right, and put the fingers out. Paper is going to be a little bit higher, right? But you don't want to go all the way up, obviously. But rock, people tend to throw it up.
I tend to overthink things, so I mean, whatever.
You know what I did? I was just built for retests.
And when I throw paper, rock, scissors, I turn myself fully around and I throw my hand up, and so I don't even see them when I'm throwing.
Well, that's fair. More than fair.
Like, if you're gonna get kicked in the dick, it's just nice to be
Nah,
kicked in the
man.
dick when it's fair.
When it's a three-way thing where it's
They
like,
did-
if I
Well, to finish the story, they did eventually get me. But it was just sad and embarrassing. The sheriff and his deputies couldn't deal with one human.
Fucking human. Yeah, just one fucking human just running around.
what were you doing? Like pumping them full of lead?
Yeah, just guns, just normal guns, just dropping everything I had. I was like, I just came here to rob the bank, motherfucker. I thought they were guards.
Like keep the change, you filthy animal type shit.
Yep. Bah, 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 bah,
That's
bah, bah.
great. That's fucking
fair,
great,
all you need is
Bones.
dragons, bro.
They ended up bringing me to the prince, and the prince himself embraced me because he respected my ability.
Oh wow, did you get to continue?
Yes, I continued the character.
Wow, did they go through the thing where you have to learn your disciplines now and all that stuff?
Yeah, well, yeah, at first we didn't do that. It was all roleplay the first night, and it was like you're growing into your powers type shit, and me learning and stuff. So we went through the whole roleplay aspect of it. It was just funny. I earned the right to be embraced because I kicked that ass.
Clan.
Been true.
Yes.
Venture.
Yeah.
Venture.
Resilient. Powerful, commanding. Not willing to give up. That's been true all the way. There's a
Hey,
reason they're
Fucksticks,
in
I'm gonna
dark.
put y'all on speaker real quick, cause I'm gonna take a shower, cause it's been a hot ass day, and yeah.
Should I make sex sounds while you're in the shower?
I'll be right back.
Don't fat too hard.
Haha, fuck you. Fight dicks.
Oh shit, we're gonna hear a lot of fapping. Hey, I'm gonna grab a drink. Tell the story, Bonesy.
Oh wait, Max is here. You invited him here.
I'm gonna put y'all on speaker.
Max
I've
here?
been here. I've been here.
Oh, hey,
I
man.
love it.
You know me. I'm streaming and I have so much shit to. Let me turn you up.
It's cool, no worries.
Welcome on in, Mags. Dude, tell a story, bro.
I need a basis. I have too many.
Okay. Tell a story from one of the mage games.
Oh no.
I need a basis. I have too many.
Jesus Christ. I don't know well enough. Tell us a story about when a player got too big for their fucking britches.
I'm right here.
Are you referring to like stat wise, like knowledge wise?
Playing. Like when they went out there and
Oh, the bullying assholes.
the bullies and a bully getting put in their place. Like
Oh,
how
well,
we in games, at least when we ran them, I know we would specifically target bullies.
Oh yeah, they're fun to beat up on.
Yeah.
You don't feel as bad.
I don't know. Random roll, man. I know you have a shit ton, and I have. That's why. You know the reason I'm out of stories, bro.
What?
I'm out of stories. I used to be an angry dude, and yeah.
Anger is anger is overrated in my opinion. But go on.
No, but you know what? You could tell a story about me being an idiot. How about that?
Sure, I guess.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. You tell the story.
All right, let's hear.
So was a dark and stormy night, as it tend to be. The main one that I remember, at least from my knowledge, is when Webb, you know, as much as I love him, he's always had a problem with what I call like snowflake syndrome. He
Okay.
always wants to play the unique original character. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, everyone wants to feel special, right?
Okay.
But sometimes it correction, every single time it's backfired on him. Because of the fact that he will play the thing that's so ridiculously obvious that he can't help but spoil what it is.
Uh-huh. I've
So-
seen plenty of those.
Yeah, there was one time he wanted to play something that was very, very exotic, and I said, okay, because it was technically an NPC character, so like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's have fun with it. And he wanted to play a Salubri.
Mm-hmm.
So I let him play a Salubri. And it was pretty much a something kind of like tickling him under the surface where he could not wait to kind of like reveal what it was. So he ended up ghouling somebody, I think the first night or second night, I don't remember exactly. But he ended up doing that, and then when he did that, he basically revealed his third eye to them. And since it was a new player, he was like, cool. And he didn't even realize what it was. Because it was a completely new player. He had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, a newly embraced person or ghoul wouldn't know either. They'd be like, what the... Okay. Is that normal?
Yeah, it was also a completely new character too, so like it was both a new player and a new character, so he was just like, oh, okay, I guess. Anyways, so weeks pass, and the ghoul, like you do, because the ghoul was actually a player character, starts making connections, going back and forth through the city, like you do, because it was a LARP.
Mm-hmm.
And he, it started as a vampire LARP, and then it slowly I introduced other supernaturals, just kind of give them a taste as far as like, oh, here's what else is going on in the world, type of thing, right?
Okay.
Well, we had a player who was a human, and then just randomly, I was like, you know what? You go through your change because you're a werewolf now. He's like, I'm a werewolf now. Like, yes, you're a werewolf now. You didn't even know it until it happened.
I love those.
It was within reason though, because he found the grave of his essentially his caretaker being defiled by Sabbat, because you know they do the Sabbating ceremony.
Okay.
So he basically he had reason to have unbridled rage happen, and I said, okay, two things are going to happen: either one, you're going to awaken, or two, you're going to turn into a guru. I was like, I don't want to have mages yet, so boom, you're a guru. Anyways,
Surprise.
so he made friends with this other guy, and he went around and he told him, and he's basically like, yeah, you know, my sire, I mean my master, you know, because you know still playing the whole like master apprentice type of thing. And he was like, yeah, you know, this and that, whatever. And you know, sometimes when he gets mad, he has a third eye pop out, whatever. And then he's like, wait, he has a what? And then the rest kind of wrote itself.
Wonderful.
Like you do.
Now it's a dark and stormy night.
Oh, you're
No,
telling about
no,
when I was playing
no.
Morgan Kane? Then?
Yeah.
He really likes that character. He talks about that character a lot.
So I've heard, yes.
He was a lot of fun to play, and like I said earlier, Mags tended to be like, I need you to play a character that's going to teach people a lesson.
I played a lot of characters and I have a lot of favorites, but people always wanted me to play just a simple Bruja. And I was like, you don't want me to do that. They're like, no, I want you to, because they wanted me to just see me rage and spaz on people because they thought it was hilarious.
Oh, I love playing the simple Brujas. The problem is I really got to play the simple Brujas.
I played what we called a Bravo Bruja, if you know what that
Did you
is.
like the Enterprise better
Yeah.
than the original Bruja?
You know what that is, right, Aesop?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that
Do you know what a Bravo Bruja is?
baseline?
No, you take Bravo as your nature and demeanor both.
Yeah, I know,
yeah,
baseline.
Complete oh my god. I fucking insulted the
prick.
I insulted the prince to his face. I fucking But the thing was, they kept trying to kill me and they couldn't, and it was great. I mean, they finally got me, and it was dirty cheese. But I digress.
A night in our chronicle where I'm like, hey, you guys found a fucking coterie of vampires. You know what? Turns out they're kind of legit. You guys want to do it? I know the answer will be unanimously yes. And it will be a lot of fun to show you how even just beginning Guru can just decimate experienced vampire. Because first of all, they don't think to go with guns in general.
I do. I always roll all armed.
And I'm a big badass vampire. The fuck do I need a gun?
You
You know what I mean?
never know. Even if I never use it, I have it.
But I'm willing to have input as how I can make this coterie a real challenge for y'all. Mine is silver. That's easy.
Yeah.
Like, how to make them threatening. Put a gangrel or two in there, right? I mean, physical threat right there.
I've said this multiple times. The biggest problem with Vampire and Guru crossing over is potence. At least in LARP. At least in LARP terms.
Large, yeah. No,
Because
here's
level 5
Guru
potence...
Nah, the biggest thing to worry about is Spirit of the Fray. Spirit of the Fray beats
Everything.
potence every time. Spirit of the Fray beats everything. You know what Spirit of the Fray does in LARP?
What? Just remind me. I
first.
used to use... Well, yeah.
You go first, regardless of what it is. I go first,
Right.
I spend 5 rage, okay, you're dead. Go roll
Yeah.
up a new character.
But here's the thing. You do have to be very high ranked for that because you need to have 10 rage in order to spend 5. Because you could only spend half your rage in a round.
No, it depends on what you are. You can't spend more rage than your gnosis. So it just depends on the characters who are built. And given the people we used to play with, they would...
Right, LARP is different.
Yeah, they used
Yeah.
to min-max cheese dick everything.
Yes.
Yeah,
And potence is just stupid because a Guru and Krynos should have insane amount of fucking traits. But you're talking about
to do the bomb.
potence just says bomb ties. You just win on ties. It doesn't matter.
Here's the thing. Like, bomb, Guru can do the bomb too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Like, they have it too. It's just that the people you played against didn't know what the fuck they were doing, it sounds like.
The other problem is, and I've read like every single book.
Like, seriously, the Guru are built to, in a physical confrontation, in live action, decimate.
Yeah.
I don't get me wrong.
Put in.
No, go Max. Go Max. I'm sorry to control
Okay.
it.
No worries. The point that I was going to put in is I've read every single like WoD book that's been released, even the ones that have been unreleased. But I digress. And the issue is that each book has to be written as though you are playing that game independently of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
As such, the Vampire the Masquerade book does. I'm sorry, Laws of the Night, right? Laws of
Yeah.
the Night is what we're going with. It does not dictate what happens, like, if you play, for example, like the bomb against a Guru. In reality, a bomb against a Guru should cancel each other out. I mean, it's just it should just work as a tie,
Right.
because it doesn't make sense within the confines of the universe. But they also have to take into consideration, and this after talking to many of the developers, that the person who might be running the Chronicle may not have access to the laws of the wild. So as a result of that, they have to take into consideration, well, how does this work with that? So that's why it's so clunky.
Yeah,
That's why it's so
yeah.
clunky.
Well, I mean, later iterations, I believe they fixed a lot of stuff. But back in those
They
days,
tried to, yeah.
yeah.
They tried to.
We had a house rule that we did that if you were against a Guru, you didn't win on ties. You bid 10 extra traits, which would be your representation of your supernatural strength versus the Guru supernatural strength, and automatically I win on ties.
That 10 is a lot. I don't think a Guru can do that.
Oh, level 5 potence is not a small thing either.
No, but neither is your strength increasing by 4 actual levels. Like,
I mean, that's true. I would have to
that's a
agree with
big fucking deal. That's going from I can lift 100 pounds to I can throw a manhole cover at you discus style. And I like, from a character who can barely do a push-up, and we have some in the game, low strength characters, you go to as strong as the strongest Olympic athlete. All of them, not just the power lifters, not just the boxers, all of them.
We played with some broken-ass players, and bidding 10 additional traits was like brushing off your shoulders to these Guru. That was nothing.
Here's the big problem. Like, Guru do have, and it's hard to get. I want to emphasize this. There's one power the Silver Fangs happen to keep hold of. There's a couple of others that are really dope too, but this one is stupid. It's a rank 6 power, which again, there is no honor or glory or wisdom that you can gain. You can max them all out to 10, but that doesn't make you a legend.
Okay.
But if you are chosen and accepted as a legend through the whole storyline bullshit, you can get Renew the Cycle. Renew the Cycle is specific to undead, and what it does is it causes Gaia to go, basically, it renews you to what you should have been. So it's like automatic levels of ag. Basically, every vampire in the vicinity up to probably 7th or 6th generation just instantly dies.
I shared a picture in the chat.
And here's one that's even stupider. You're not going to like this at all. The Korax have a level 1 right. Or it's level 2. It's really stupidly low. That allows them to essentially have the sun come out wherever they are.
Yeah. Well, it's Sliver of Helios.
The Breath of Helios, yeah.
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 Fuck,
The
dude.
fucked up thing is they can perform
Sorry,
part
I
of the
was
rite early, right? Like I performed part of the rite today, right? It's like a wizard
That was
memorizing
fucking
a
dope,
spell.
dude.
And then
What?
when the moment happens, they go, "I finished the
They didn't
rite,"
Show your kill cam, bro.
and
They
all of a
didn't show
sudden,
your kill cam. That's lame. Oh, they did.
everybody but Kane dies. Like, if Kane's
Sorry,
in the
I'm
room,
watching my
he's
coworker
alright.
play ranked for Rainbow Six Siege,
Dude,
and him and his teammates, like he got the game winning kill right now. I was watching him. I was like, oh.
man, did you
Like I'm
see-
not normally like an FPS like watcher for this type of game, but like watching him play, I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucking dope. I didn't think of that.
Don't just stream.
I shared a picture for you guys in the chat.
No, I'm trying to convince him. I'm trying to convince him to get a fucking PC, dude.
The
Homeboys are on PC as well.
the voice chat.
Heck.
But what I was gonna say is, Max, did you see when my Korax NPC botched his dodge roll and
No.
White ran him over?
Nope. I might have stepped out for that.
He jumped in front of the car.
Stopped for a second too, because I was like, wait, what the fuck happened?
It was
Wait,
two
what
rounds
the
later,
fuck?
and
I
old
would have had
Randy-
him run him over. I would have just had him spend a rage and instantly turn into bird form and
Well,
fly
the
away.
problem was that he got to incapacitated with the bashing damage, and so he had to spend a couple of rounds letting that work itself out.
Before he just popped the fuck back up and got away.
Yeah, before he did indeed pop his rage. He would have either had to pop his rage to keep active, or wait and pop his one rage to.
He could have just stood there and did nothing, and then
No.
he would have been fine.
I rolled the dodge roll and he slipped. Just as, and remember, the timing is supposed to be like almost instantaneous. Everything's happening at once. So he goes to dodge out of the way and he slips on something, lands, and
Dum, dum.
hopefully you didn't hit him with the tires.
He became
But-
a hood ornament.
Here's the thing about Korax. They are surprisingly tough.
Yeah, they're blessed by Helios. That's why they're so tough. They're hard to kill.
Yeah, and he's in Las Vegas, which is a Helios fucking town.
Damn bird jump in front of my goddamn truck, motherfucker.
But he was helpful. I mean, he was supposed to be helpful. Silva! Oh my fucking Silva!
Yeah, I'm like, why is everyone jumping out of the car? The car is armor.
No,
We're in the car, the ambulance on the way back. I'm like, look, I have no damage on me. You know why?
The
I stayed in the
person who
truck.
has,
I didn't see it, but
Who
I know
has-
Chaos told me about it. But yeah, even a 9mm will shoot through your car.
Well, that's fine. It's better than nothing.
No, it's not. That's the point.
It worked for me.
Our cars are made to
The
be
area
light.
you want to sit behind is the engine block, and even at that, I wouldn't trust your engine block to cover everything that would go through. Small arms fire is definitely gonna like.
Evidence says otherwise. You were on the ground bleeding. I walked out undamaged.
Reach out and touch you.
Here's the thing: your engine block is not made of steel; it's made of aluminum and iron.
Again,
Aluminum and plastic.
evidence says otherwise. I walked away unscathed. He was on the ground bleeding.
Well, keep in mind that I was
there's one thing I've learned from
Chaos did prove it to me. at one point.
But no, like in real life, yeah, dude. No, like rifle round's gonna reach out and touch you,
World of
like
Darkness.
legitimately.
You almost died, bro.
Yeah.
Tiago was 2 health levels away from DED.
And then the healer showed up and saved the day.
Because a werewolf can die from lethal damage. If he's got ag. If there's ag in there, the ag gets pushed down, and the ag becomes the incapacitated, and it gets pushed to death. So, yeah. Like, as long as you got ag on your chart, that's different from vampires. The whole chart has to be ag.
No?
No,
The last damage has to be an ag.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Same thing. Everybody.
Dude, I'm surprised that like
And
discharge
technically, a vampire bite is an ag. So you can finish them off with a bite.
Yeah, the teeth and claws of supernaturals are considered aggravated damage.
Oh, at all times, unless you have a something that's happened to you. What were you saying, Chaos?
Oh, I was saying I'm surprised you didn't have him like roll for deafening because firing a weapon in a fucking confined space tends to do that to you. Imagine what supernatural hearing will do when you have tinnitus of that degree.
Well, homie, you're on the street, and your ears will heal from that tinnitus immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Healing factor does that.
Sure, because I was just like, that would just
Yeah, you just had to remember, Werewolf the Apocalypse, all the pharaohs, all the shape changers. All you have to basically do is just think they're different flavors of Wolverine. That's what the inspiration was.
Yeah.
No, straight up, that's what it was. I've talked to plenty of people behind the scenes who've worked on the game, and they're like, "Yeah, we wanted to do mutants, but we couldn't get the license." So.
damn.
I think that's cool though, because then you could say, "Oh, what were the Koraks supposed to be? What were the Nuisha supposed to be?"
Oh yeah,
like
for sure.
who were they based on?
My ST let me play a Ratkin one time, and they will never let me do it again.
Well, then you played them correctly.
Yeah.
That's what Ratkin are for. The only reason Junk Miner didn't, there's no way he could have fucked y'all up. The only reason he didn't fuck y'all up was, as far as you can tell, Tiago walked up and gave him a bracelet and says, "My mom gave this to me. This is yours now." And Junk Miner he's a Ratkin. He took that as a huge gesture.
I made a character for a game I never got to play, and it made me really sad that I never played it. I made a Nuisha based off of Tyrion Lannister. Even took the flaws short.
And wait till y'all meet Uncle Ruckus.
No relations.
Ugh.
No relation.
I had a great character. I played a gangrel with the flaws short, and I specifically wrote on my character sheet that I am 3 foot tall, even to the point where I was wearing a garbage can. I cut little footholes out, and I was walking around, and I had a little peephole, and I was walking around in a garbage can. They're like, "Why?" I said, "Just in case." And
Doing the Solid Snake thing, except there's obvious holes in the canopy. What the fuck? Like,
but the thing was, there was an attack. There was a big event in game. They had all the staff involved. They're like, a copter comes in. They're throwing smoke. Blah 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 blah. There's fog and smoke everywhere, and I was like, I declare fair escape. And they said, "Why?" I said, "Well, you said that the smoke, the fog off the ground was like 3 foot thick." And they're like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm 3 foot tall. I declare fair escape." And they're like, "Oh my god, he's under the visibility."
there are a few, I guess, for lack of a better term, races in the World of Darkness that are really my favorites, because some of them have an ability to be like, especially in LARP. Mindside Theater, like the Nuisha, and I explained this to y'all earlier, and Mags can confirm it. They have an ability to like, "Oh, shit's going down. I spend a gnosis, bye."
Yeah.
And it's always a weird cartoony exit. Like,
well, it doesn't have to be cartoony, but it should definitely be out of place.
Yeah, I step behind a pillar and I'm gone.
Yeah.
And it's because, well, especially with Dance Macabre, Coyote's whole gift is Luna has abandoned you for the trick you pulled against her. You only have me, Coyote. Technically, there is no Celestine behind the Nuisha. This is why they aren't hurt by silver, but they also do not have rage.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the trade-off with them. They don't have rage.
That's the trade-off, because they're still pretty strong in their equivalent to Krino's form. They can still fuck you up. But the thing is, my job is to teach lessons. That's the whole job of Coyote, is teach people things. And hell, there's a coyote teaching a redneck man somewhere that's doing TikTok shit how to be gentler.
Huh.
You know who I'm talking about? What's her name? Willow. Willow. The
Is
coyote.
the guy who has the coyote with like he has the
Yeah.
pit bull too?
And she yars him sometimes, but she never bites.
No, she does bite, but it's like love bites.
Yeah, it's love
She
bite.
goes,
She
"Love
yars
nibble."
him. Like, why are you yarring me? You're trying to steal my beer. You know, like she's like trying to drag away his beer thing because she doesn't want it. It gives her attention. And like, so I'm gonna take that into account, and I'm gonna throw in like all these other Pharaoh and all these other different sorts of fucking factions that are gonna come to play in the Chronicle Man. Like, trust me, yeah, I'm starting y'all with the kid gloves.
Eh.
I remember, who was it, Lee, that went, wait, that was kid gloves? And I know Mags loved it. Because, like, yeah, he's being nice.
I know better.
Like,
This was nothing.
like those guys could still
Yeah, I think I
like,
actually responded to her because she was like, "That was kid gloves," and my only reply was, "That's par for the course."
yeah, I don't want y'all to
It could be
scared.
so much worse.
That's why last session I was
used
like,
to
A
have,
lot worse.
Yeah,
like,
but
last
we
session
used to
we
have a
have
rule when
plenty
we
of
run the LARPs, which was nobody dies the first night.
Yep.
And
That's a common rule.
It should have been a common rule, but you'll be surprised how
Mhm.
many people would narc on noobs just because they could.
yeah.
I've always kind of carried that rule over to the first couple of game sessions.
Our games
this is
always
the
had it.
mode.
Yeah, the only reason I wasn't scared last game was because I knew Bones was there. He had the juice to still pull off some Mother's Touch. So, but for a second there, I'm telling you, there was a like.
I call that the butt pucker.
Like, I do my best not to kill you, but I will still try to challenge you. And right now, you're still babies, baby werewolves.
Yeah, if you're trying to attack a place and the guy's got a gun, he's not going to stop shooting because you said, "I give up."
But they also had every reason to suspect you that you were werewolves.
Yeah.
That werewolves might attack you. Because obviously, Mr. Smoke Man or Gas Man, whatever y'all call him, I don't think he went upstairs to take a fucking have a conversation.
Yeah.
Like, of course he did.
Well, I figured he would. He got away. That means
Like,
they know.
Not a problem.
And I'm sure we'll see him again, and he's going to be a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, he's intended to be. Yes.
Yeah. See? I know how things work.
No, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I was like, born in the side, got it.
If you've watched Supernatural to far enough into it, Asmodeus, the guy who played him, the white suit, the beard, everything, that is Dr. Scarborough. That's what he looks like. I'm taking the inspiration. I love it. It's a great villain. I'm gonna use it. No writer is original. Nobody. They just twist it different.
That's fair.
Like, even Brandon Sanderson is just taking old stories and acid, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, don't you besmirch the good name of Acid.
I'm still mad at myself that I didn't get those security tapes. I had thought about it, and it just slipped my mind.
What's that?
I said I was still pissed at myself that I didn't get those security camera feeds. I had thought about it, and then things happened, and it just slipped my mind, and I went, fuck! Like, as soon as we left, I was like, I knew I should have.
Nobody has jam.
God damn it, I left the coffee maker on again.
No, I didn't choose Jam Tech. I chose stuff that could actually, heal people because obviously needed.
Sense worm.
Yeah.
That is the utility in the game. I think in the entire game, the entire like vampire, werewolf, everybody. Sense worm is probably the most useful skill out of the entire gamut.
No, I would have to disagree. A
Okay.
sense worm is trash. You want sent to the true form. That's where your moneymaker is.
That is true. But as
So-
far as the low level thing that you could get right out the gate, it's
Depending on how you build your character, you can get sent to the true form first level, or like first level character. Sorry, I know werewolves. There's no levels, but you know what I mean.
yeah. But how does your character get to rank 2 to do it?
Eat potatoes.
Well, it's a rank 1 Philodox gift. If somebody was Philodox, they could take sent to the true form.
I am
We
not
have a Philodox.
until I look.
That's all right, no worries.
I mean, Urge has it since Worm as the Matus. No. Sorry. You're right. Sent to the true form.
sent to the true
Like that
form
it's a
is so
Philodox
much
thing.
better because essentially you sniff somebody, and as soon as you sniff somebody in tabletop terms, you give a social check. In LARP, you give a social challenge. Depending who wins, whatever, you can immediately tell what they are. If
Actually,
they're a vampire with high humanity, if they're a mage with whatever, if they're some other supernatural type that's trying to hide themselves, you can immediately tell what they are. Now, it doesn't give you differentials. Like, you can't tell, oh, you're a Sabbat vampire, or you're a Camarilla vampire. You just know you're a vampire.
but if they have a specific power that says that blocks that kind of shit, it's different. There's a more of a back and forth. In tabletop, Send of the True Form, Philodox, level 1. Perception and Primal Urge, oddly.
Well, perception makes sense. I
56.
mean,
Normal human or animal for 1 success. And so it depends on how many
Okay.
successes you get. Whereas since Worm goes, Worm, no Worm.
yeah, but
it's
that's
a little
it's
less
kind of very
defined.
vague because sense worms is basically it's like the D&D equivalent of like detect evil. It's like the evil's everywhere.
True. Very true. But it was put to good use last time when they were like, "Oh, these guys that are taking away the ATVs from the rental company, they're clearly Worm." And I was like, "Well, you have sense Worm." He's like, "Oh yeah, boom. These dudes aren't Worm."
Mhm.
And it throws in a little bit of first a layer of complexity, and it's a great starting thing. This one, if you only get the 1 success, you can't. You know they're not a normal human or animal. That's it. 2 successes, you can tell if they're a vampire, changeling, demon, mummy, or Pharaoh. 4 successes need to sniff out a mage, ghoul, or fomor. Whereas a 1 success on sense worm, I know you're worm, and it's strong. So
Yeah, but
there's a
the
trade-off.
problem with that is if you're dealing with things that aren't exclusively
Yeah, if you're dealing with nuance,
vampires. Yeah.
yeah, if you're dealing with nuance, it's very important, for sure. But for a straight Guru campaign, now I do not think that Scent of the True Form should miss this party in some way. This pack needs to have it in there somewhere,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
because it's just a damn good ability, and it can work very well with the sense worms. Like, hey, wait a minute, I sent some worm around here somewhere, but it only tells you there's worm in the area.
Yep. It doesn't really single it down to person.
Yeah.
But of course, you could do all that with storyteller. Whatever works best with the story, because you can be like, this area specifically, aka somebody's bedroom, stinks very heavily of worm.
Yeah, and since you were basically only near those fellows,
I mean, I've had a couple exes. They definitely smelled of the
Oh, wow, that was
worm.
weird.
you
Like
know
my
what?
chat, like my voice chat cut out for a second. I was like, "The fuck?" I
I'm
heard
not
everyone
gonna lie.
talking for a second, then just dead silence. Come back into laughing. Just the fuck.
The shit, the haphazard shit, which I'm not a great. I don't consider myself a great storyteller, except for like I know how to run the story during the actual thing. But as far as planning it, not really. Um, the like the even the quote unquote distractions that I've thrown in are important. Dan and Mitch, you don't think they're gonna come up again? Who were Dan and Mitch?
They should come up.
Exactly, but it was the two.
It sounds like they're big as in Wedge.
No, it's Dan. They're okay. Full disclosure: they're based on Sam and Twitch
Okay.
from Spawn.
Okay.
Well, what does Sam and Twitch do in Spawn?
They're a pain in the ass.
Yes, they are.
Bumble their way through things.
Yes, they do. But close enough to be a problem. And so I threw them in. I can tell you, I don't give a shit. You might not remember later on, and even if you do, I'm not going to necessarily bring them in next game.
Eh,
Like, I'll give it time.
I want to shoot more things.
I'm sure you guys do.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be the fucking. It could be the terrible goose.
Y'all did a lot of killing.
I did not.
Now,
I
you
killed
just showed
one
me the other
person
werewolf.
in several games. In the whole game so far, I've killed one person.
But that's great for the healer. You killed a person that, like, that was the only choice at the moment. And then what you did was you disabled them after that. You tried to, like, make, oh, these guys can't go anywhere. I'm going to rip the,
Do them.
the radiator out of
Oh
them.
no, sorry, I killed two. I did run over that motherfucker,
You
Yeah.
ran over him with a vengeance.
but he was about to kill Tiago.
Yes,
Like,
he
I
was.
only got one kill, to be honest.
Good kill. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
was
no.
a
You got to
good
kill
kill.
last time. You got to kill this time, I'm pretty sure.
No. I did all of 0 murders. I was keeping count. I
You
did
keep-
all of 0 murders.
But you can sing about it.
You keep forgetting to be a werewolf.
You also
Yeah,
got to
true.
remember that their healing factor only comes into a place when they are not in their homid or their breed form.
Yep. Unless you're Metis, which is all forms. But true. Like, when you're in your Homid form, guys,
Actually, Metis don't heal in Krynos form. That's a trade off.
they do.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yeah, no, I looked it up. I made sure. Like, the Krynos heal in all forms. As if they're, like, Guru. But they're vulnerable to silver in every form. Unlike the Hamid and Lupus, whom in their breed form can soak silver damage. That's the difference. Now, at least. I've had to look it up. I've had to look these things up several times just to remind myself and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure of it because I tend to take clips and put them on my server or on the werewolf server on the tools.
Yeah, I
And
saw
did
that.
Put up the healing one. Yeah, yeah. If they're in like a Hamid in Hamid form heals a little bit faster than a human, even with silver damage. Like you're still going to heal faster than a human because technically humans don't take ag, they just take lethal. But then lupus the same thing, but with the metis, which I did not know was a slur from Portugal.
Oh, I didn't either.
And mestizo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just the spelling, not the pronunciation. It's the same words. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I don't say metis. I say metis.
yeah,
Metis.
because that's what it is.
Metis or metis, whatever. You know, but with and it is weird, but it makes sense that the greatest warriors amongst the Guru are the metis, and yes, they take full silver damage in every form,
Larry,
but can also
Why?
heal like a Guru in every form.
the fuck for?
And they have deformity.
They're tough. Trust me, I've worked it into the story about Lee because she's my metis, and I love metis. I think metis are awesome.
Yeah,
And so I'm trying to take care of everybody in their own special way. You know,
I played a Metis that had no tail.
oh, that one sucks. That one sucks. Actually, honestly,
But I
best
had a
one-
nice ass in Krynos.
the best one slash worst one is silver sensitivity. Yes, you take more damage, and it's in every form. Well, obviously, it's in every form of your metis. But you kind of get a free cent silver gift out of it. Like, you can smell silver in your vicinity because it's starting to give you allergies already, kind of thing. Like, you're that allergic to silver. Where if it's within a certain radius, like, it's got to be silver, man. I don't know what's going on, you know. Like,
I love Bonar rights, like the right of the pizza.
No, the only right you need is the right of the crash space. That's all you need. It's a real right. You have to spend at least 30 minutes to an hour, depending on Karen level, communing with a Karen, and then you invoke the right of crash space, and they have to let you stay there for the night.
yeah. Most of, like, okay, look, there are about 55 Guru in the Sept, right? That doesn't count the Bonars in the city. Not all of them. Some of them are members of the Sept, officially and stuff. They're part of packs, etc. They have ranks and everything, right? And then, of course, the other Bonars have rank, but they are non-affiliated. Like, there's a pack out there. There's about a rank 2 pack. They're called Fuck Around and Find Out. And they are a Bonar pack who just lost some members, I think, if I'm not correct. Not wrong. But yeah, FAFO just lost 2 members. But they're not a Sept pack. They have their own totem. They have their own shit going on. They have nothing to do with the spring. Their concept is militant unhoused. So that's what they do in Vegas.
We had that reminds me, like, considering Bonar, we had a issue in a vampire game where a player, a Bruja, ended up rebelling and embracing a bunch of hobos or homeless people and equipping them with steak knives and trash can lids. And he created his own army. He created his own army and rebelled against the Camarilla in that city.
Like you do.
Yeah. Now, you know, we eventually got him, but it took a while. It was a lot harder than you'd think. The numbers, just trash can lids and steak knives, was a pain in the ass.
Literally, sometimes.
Ha 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 ha.
You know what happened. You know it was LARPers being like, "Oh, I'm behind you. Guess what? That's how I stab you."
Ba-dum-bum-bum. Well,
Did it happen less than 30 times?
I had a gun
Doubt it.
in one game that shot giant dildos. And people were like, why would you want something like that? I was like, it's not to do damage. But nothing ends a combat quicker than getting hit with a giant dildo and you just stop and go, did you just hit me with a giant dildo?
Fucking dick. Yeah.
I once knew this fella who told me about a, I don't know if it was Cyberpunk or Shadowrun, but same difference for this purpose, right? Oh no, because it had the clowns gang. That's Cyberpunk. Well, they're doing this whole thing
And
where
you're
you
talking
got
about the
Halloween.
Halloweeners is Shadowrun, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Halloweeners is Shadowrun. He's talking about the clowns.
Shadowrun, then.
Clowns.
Shadowrun is Halloweeners.
Well,
And-
it's because they're 2 separate ones. That's why.
Yeah.
Wait, no. I don't want to call him by his real name because 3 of us know him for real.
Just call
Kevin.
him Pablo and be done with it. Pablo.
Kevin,
So
no,
Pablo.
because I don't want to associate with Pablo. Fuck Pablo.
He
Kevin
knows what he did.
Kevin worked in our local game shop and stuff for a lot of years and stuff, and he was the sponsor for our LARP at the college.
Okay.
He needed a staff member to be a sponsor. Anyway, Kevin told me about this story where I think it was specifically Shadowrun because they didn't have magic, and he made up his own group called the Jokers. Anyway, that
If
doesn't
it didn't have
matter.
magic, then that would be Cyberpunk. Anyways, go on.
They attacked this dude's limo with this rocket launcher that shot frozen fat ladies packed with Semtex. That's a
Good
story.
on 'em.
That's the whole story. That's the whole fucking story, guys.
My friend in the Dark Ages used a
better.
loaded a cow into a trebuchet and called it the trebuchet.
Dude, this is better than the actual thing that almost like. So this is a real life story. Me and my friend, we like to go and fire off pew pews. And one day he walks up and is like, "Look what I got!" And he holds up a 10-pound container of tannerite.
Oh no.
And then he holds up quite sizable watermelon. It's about the size of a small dinner table.
Oh wow!
Like it's about 20, 25 pounds. I was like, what are we gonna do with the watermelon? He's like, well, first we're gonna hollow it out. And I was like, good call, responsible, adult like. And he's like, yeah. We're gonna have that as like, smoothies, all the other stuff. We're gonna have watermelon for like everyone, him, his kids, blah blah blah. We're like, awesome. And he's like, then we're gonna pack it with the Semtex. And I was like, even better. Then we're gonna hit it at 100 yards with a rifle round. I was like, that's excellent. Let's go do that. Why are we not doing that right now? And he's like, calm down, combat monkey.
Did you not know what tannerite did at the time?
Oh, I know what tannerite does, and the safe operating distance is 100 yards. We knew what we were doing. We weren't fucking around. We were totally prepared to find out.
Yeah, and yet you still fafoed, huh?
Oh, we walk out, put the watermelon down on a fucking stump, measure out to 100 yards with a fucking tape measurer. And I mean, like, good tape measurer. His brother works in construction. He fucking measure it out. Alright, cool. 100 yards, we're good, broski. Brother's like, you sure you don't want to get further back? Homeboy turns around with his fucking AR in his arm, looks at his brother with his fucking cans on, and goes, "What's the worst that could happen?" And
no.
I just fucking stare at him with that death glare of,
You just ruined it. You just jinxed
had
yourself.
fucking say it, didn't you, bro? And as I'm still staring at him, his brother gives me that smile, that you're fucked smile. And I'm like, yep, I am. Homeboy launches the round, tannerite goes off, and a big old chunk of fucking rind just goes sailing right past my head. And it's that moment where it flew past, and I turned and looked at my homeboy, not moving my head, just that you're close enough you can just look at him. And I swear he had this look on his face of that, oh, we're in danger. We fucked up.
We're in danger.
Yeah, just that smile, just that toothy, oh fuck. And I'm like, and there goes more bits and pieces of melon. I'm like, oh shit. And he's just laughing. He's like, dude, that piece came really close to, like, it was a good chunk traveling at Mach fuck. Just, that could have gone wrong. No shit. Good thing we didn't. He's like, good thing we didn't pack the coconuts like we originally wanted. I was like, no, you wanted.
Dude, I heard this story years ago. I think it was a teacher from middle school, but I can't remember which one or where, right? She's telling us, like, one of her friends or relatives or something like that is out there, burning trash, like you do in redneck towns. And,
Yep.
And this include a pressurized canister.
Huh.
Like an aerosol from a
Yeah, like you do.
spray
Yeah,
back in
yeah.
the day or something, that kind of thing, right?
It was Aquanet. Let's be honest. It was probably
And-
Aquanet.
This shit blew up and took off this woman's calf.
No.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thus I learned that you don't burn that shit.
Not gonna do that no more, will you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dang.
I remember my grandmother, my uncle telling us this story about my grandmother. That, and we had pictures of it. I don't know if we still have the pictures or not, but there are pictures. My grandmother burned off her eyebrows once.
Okay.
She was trying to start her, like, she was gonna make herself breakfast that morning, and so she turns on, and at the time she had a gas range, so she turns on the gas, and because we didn't have the fucking clicky button to turn it on, she's sparking fucking matches trying to get it. So the first match goes off, turns off as soon as she throws it onto it, does it again on the second, does it again on the third, because she thought, you know, hey, fourth time's the charm. She lights this match and gets real close to the fucking range so that she doesn't turn it off. And because gas tends to build up, it goes whoosh, and my grandmother's eyebrows and the tip of her fucking hair go go missing.
Oops.
Yep, just a whoops. Good
That's
thing
like-
she was wearing glasses, otherwise she would have lost the eyelashes too, but she lost her eyebrows.
Maybe
And then
the
to
eyes.
like cover up that to
eyes,
cover up
right?
that she fucked up, she tried to paint them back on.
Oh. They'll go back.
Yeah, but my grandmother is a prideful woman, so of course she paints them back on.
No, I've seen plenty of people with that painted on eyebrows, and they are worse than no eyebrows.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Grandma, you surprised? No, why?
I had a friend that used to be a drag queen, and they always had no eyebrows. I was used to that.
Oh yeah, that shit's always fucking horrible for them though. Like I see them, I'm just like.
They got mad at me. I asked them to be my parents' godmother, and they started crying during their drag show. And they're like, "You're gonna ruin my makeup."
Did they do it?
What? Be the godparent? Yes. In fact, we have a running joke. We call him the fairy godfather.
That's fucking great.
Dude, the best one I ever saw was
wow.
watching a 6'3" drag queen beat the ever living daylights out of a guy that was accosting them, yelling, "Call me the F slur again," and just beating him with a heel. The guy was asking me for help too, and I was just like, "No, dude, no, this is entertaining. Why would I stop this?"
Wait. 6'3", right? But did they have the heels on?
Yeah, they had the heels on, so it was a very large drag queen with one heel off, just driving the top of that fucking platform into this dude's head, screaming, "Call me an F word, call me an F word, like, call me it again, call me it again, call me it again, motherfucker." And the dude getting his ass whooped is like looking at me, and it's like a fucking, for a second it looked like one of those old like Rembrandt type of fucking paintings, the like old fucking style, just, "Sir, help me," blood in his hand, looking for like help in God. Just me looking at him going, "No, dude, this is entertaining. Why would I stop this?
You fucked
You
up,
instigated your own mugging. You should have known something was up when, you know."
bro. You know, the cops
Said
walked up later
person's
like...
Dumb ways to die.
The cops walked up
Yeah.
like, well, all I saw was preventing a hate crime more than anything, so...
I mean, it's not a hate crime if you're an asshole.
Well, it's also not a hate crime if you're the one who's got his ass beat for trying to
Not a
perpetrate
hate crime if you're
a hate crime.
Actually, no, that was the worst. That was the funniest one, because I remember I have two friends. They're married to each other. Gay men.
Okay.
Nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Best friends. They're my best friends. There's something so
friends do you have,
horrifying
though? You
about
have
being
one.
woken up by there's something horrifying about being woken up by like a 5'4" slim gay man from Georgia when it's hunting season. Just get in the fucking car. It's open season. Now you decide to be masculine. It's 4 in the morning. Okay,
You
there's
have a lot of
coffee.
best friends, man. I mean,
It's time to kill shit.
Best is a superlative, which...
They're the greatest people I know, dude. But this is just like, they take me out every once in a while to get drunk because it's funny. They're like,
Oh,
"Look,
they used to tease me all the fucking time. I worked in entertainment at both Disney and Universal. They're all over the place.
assholes. They're the greatest fucking assholes."
Yeah.
It's funny when your friend who's like the
One old one
who's like
that
the
my wife
Spider-Man,
considers like a father
the one
figure.
who's
He
married to
comes.
a very like twinky man.
The one my wife considers like a father figure. He comes out of the locker room and he goes, "Now I know why you married him." I'm like, "Oh my god."
Ow. Man,
But yeah.
that's
So
that's all you need.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of running jokes, but I was known in the locker room for being well endowed, not on purpose, but because they said they could see me through my costume, and my manager,
Out accidentally.
yeah, my manager
Yeah,
threatened to
he,
make me wear a dance
was
belt
in
to
charge.
tuck it back.
So me and my best friends were out at a bar.
His one.
And
His
there's this
thousands
very-
of best friends.
These guys I've known for a long while. This guy used to be a bully, like used to be one of my high school bullies, and then basically realized like, hey, I'm gay. That's why I'm an asshole. That makes sense. Okay, I'm so sorry, bud. I'm like, yeah, no, you're an asshole. He's like, if you want, you can just fucking punch me. I'm like, dude, no. One, I'm not gonna get a boxer's fracture on your fucking chin. Two, it's not fair. Look at you. You're built like a fucking model. I'd be committing a fucking crime. And two, you're gay. It's a hate crime. That's just
It's only a
bullying,
hate crime
dude.
if
No.
because they're gay.
No, it's not
Like,
a hate
yeah,
crime.
like-
I have plenty of friends that are trans, and we
Sure, dude, I collect lesbians like Pokemon and-
sometimes we get into funny little
Yeah, one of my
thoughts about
best
stuff.
friends is
So this finger is for you, Chaos.
mm,
You're calling other people your fucking best friend.
Oh!
I mean, I helped a trans couple
That's
like,
fine.
you know,
That's fine.
conceive a
That's
child,
good.
so I don't know, man. I think I win on that one.
Rattlesnake would agree.
Nah.
But no, we're at a bar. There's this very like
I really,
very
I really
aggressive
respect
man just being an asshole to people. And he keeps like taking cheap shots at me because I'm there with my friends. I'm like, dude, like lay off, knock it off, stop being an asshole. He's like, what? You want to go outside? And I go, and if I fucking do, what are we gonna do? I was like, the second you start pulling hair, I'm just gonna start getting mad. And he's just like, well, if you fucking try and hit me, it's a hate crime. I was like, bro, it's not a hate crime if you're an asshole. It's just an
Being an
ass
asshole is
whooping.
an equal opportunity crime.
Yeah, like it's just an ass whooping at that point. It's an attitude adjustment.
I was at a party and
Finger.
there was this
But
one
my
guy.
friend's husband, he just
Oh.
like he starts laughing. He's like, "No, sweetie, no. Like, wait, I got this." And he gets up and he's like, "You and me are gonna go outside, and I'm gonna hit you now." And like,
As hard as I can.
yeah, it's just when you piss off a twink and it's like, "I'm gonna fuck you up." It's like, ooh, you fucked up. This is gonna be fun.
There was
No, now I see why you married him. Yeah, it's because he's got
I know your
hands.
best friends are now. It's cool. It's cool.
Oh.
Right.
I was when I was working at Universal, there was a guy that was very taken with me and flirted nonstop. But I wasn't into it. But the dude was huge. Now I'm a big guy, and this guy freaking dwarfs me, and it's like muscle too, right? But we were at a party one night, and he's drunk, and he starts groping my butt, and I'm ignoring it until he goes for the front, and I stop him. And, he apologizes and he moves on. That's not the My other friend who's sitting in the chair and watched the whole thing, he goes, it's a good thing he stopped because I wouldn't have been able to stop him. It would have been like the scene from Poltergeist with the clown.
It's worse. It's the scene from Scary Movie 2.
Yeah, pretty much. This was before that movie came out. And when that movie came out, I was like, oh shit. There it is. Yeah, that's what would have happened. Uh-oh. Da 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 da. I can't believe they're doing another one of those movies, but at least they're bringing back the Wayans brothers for it.
Like,
Right.
Because I felt like that movie series, like they had a good franchise, got rid of the Wayans brothers, it went downhill, and they're like, oh shit, I guess they were good, and they're like, we'll bring them back for the next one.
3 was like 2 was the fucking only other good one. Like after that, like I've seen him before too, and I was like, Dude, I didn't know one of my favorite two of my favorite hip hop artists were in a fucking Scary Movie franchise. Mac Miller and Snoop Dogg were in fucking Scary Movie. I
Yep.
didn't remember that.
Because they weren't
Tell
that
you what
good.
fucking Scary Movie that was.
Yeah, after the Wayans brothers were gone, they were bad. I was like,
Yeah, they were
Oh,
fucking horrible. Yeah, it's the whole reason the whole spoof movie fucking like the whole spoof
genre.
movie bullshit died, dude.
Yeah.
A lot of it died because of that.
And they're like, we want to resurrect
Not
this, so
another
we'll bring them back.
movie.
Because I got to admit, Shorty was the best character in that series.
He was awesome. Well, then your mother, you and I are both.
We're brother and sister, dumbass.
Other idiot.
Then your father. I don't care. I don't know who that
Your
guy.
father. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. Yeah.
I love when they fucking did the Hannibal bit and they pulled off the top of Shorty's head and instead of a brain, Beetlejuice was in there.
It was Beetlejuice.
I'm flipping this dude off for saying I'm not his best friend.
Oh shit. Somebody's holding a grudge. You're in trouble.
It's an important fucking grudge. It's been 20 fucking years. We just celebrated it. This is just how I live now. Middle finger out. Motherfucker. I got older friends. Max is here now, man. I guess, man. Like, órale, vato. Toma tequila.
You don't drink that, and you fucking know why. If you
Can't-
had a gag reflex, that would be
I don't
the
know.
trigger it.
How would you know? So those motherfuckers your best friend. How do I don't know?
Because you told the story about what happened. He
Yeah.
indeed got the worm.
Ah,
Oh no, there was actually the funny thing about that bottle is that it didn't have a worm in it. It had a chile.
Even worse.
Bam, bam, bam! A chile, you say?
I had I found out that I like putting gummy worms in screwdrivers. They absorb all the alcohol. You drink the drink, and then at the end, the gummy worms are just a magical ending. Bobana!
Yeah, we used to do that with jungle juice.
They
You
don't.
throw like a whole bunch of fruit into the jungle juice, and you let it absorb a lot of the alcohol. And then by the end of the night, like, you end up eating the fruit.
Like you do.
Yeah, the jungle juice.
Like you do. Or like what Webb's mom
Oh,
used to
man.
do with maraschino cherries,
I don't know if you've ever had
and then
jungle
not
juice.
tell you.
I used to put maraschino cherries in cherry bomb Jello shots, and those things were amazing at the end.
There can be, yeah. It depends
Oh,
on
I
how you make
figured out a
the
way
drink.
to make Jello shots a little more stable, so you can actually get it solid out of the fucking container.
A little more
It's
gelatin.
just you're using a little extra gelatin.
Yeah,
But
I figured like the Jigglers
you make them like a
recipe,
gummy bear, basically. You're making them like a gummy bear consistency. A
right?
little more chewier, but they actually hold a lot more of the alcohol in them too.
I don't know. I
prefer
preferred them being softer because I like seeing the girls wrestle with their tongues to get them out.
Heck.
No,
No,
they
but then that
had
just
jungle
takes too long to
juice.
get that shit in one go. Like,
Do you remember that wedding we went to that one time? Where everybody that we even knew tangentially was there. And they
Yeah.
had jungle juice,
yeah,
dancing, and dinner, and the whole fucking thing. And this was a wedding, y'all, but this was a redneck wedding. Like,
they had kegulators.
Ah,
They had kegulators.
kegerators are amazing. They should be standard. Awkward silence.
Like,
yeah,
he kept
I
making the joke that it was they had cans of beer. We ended up getting one can of beer, opening that, and then going to the kegerator, refilling our can of beer. So every time that our friend's dad who was our one of our great friends, one of our father figures, would jokingly be like, "How many beers have you boys had tonight?" And we would just look him dead in the eye and go, "Just the one."
He'd laugh. Be like, you need it filled up? That honestly was the first time I ever did a keg stand. Remember that? Oh,
Yeah.
I did 2 or 3. I remember.
Yeah, the groom didn't give a fuck. He was holding you up.
Yeah, he knew how to throw a party. But I mean, I was a
Yeah.
groomsman, so of course he's going to be there to support me.
Oh, I've got
Yeah,
a.
dude. Okay, do you know how many keg stands you should do in a party?
He said the
I've
best
worked this
man at
out.
my wedding.
Work this out. The maximum number of keg stands that a person should do in a party is 0. None. Don't do it. That's a fucking bad idea. Don't.
We were at a wedding, and my mom had lost a bunch of weight to go, and she was so flattered by being complimented the entire time. She drank way too much to the point where I was dancing with my mom on the dance floor and holding her up, and my dad is cracking up laughing. But when we got back to the house, she was throwing up all night. And the next day, my dad's like, "Hey, did you hear them moose calls last night?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah, dude. Shut up, you guys. Not funny."
Weremoose is
Dude,
coming
I remember,
soon. Game near you.
I remember being so drunk one time
It's
and
gonna
waking
happen.
up on fucking on Webb's couch. Waking up on Webb's couch, getting up to go to the restroom, being
Someone
so
else is
fucking
already in the
hungover.
restroom. Asleep.
Yeah, but I said fuck it, I had a
A
pee.
different time.
And as I'm mid piss, I just hear from the fucking kitchen, "Hey, Chaos!" Real happy and fucking chipper for some fucking reason. Stop pissing. Go poke my head out of the fucking bathroom door and look at him. And Webb just smiles at me and holds open a beer and goes, "You want a fresh one?" And I run into the restroom. And he goes, "Guess that's a no." And then all I hear is a. I was like, "Oh, you fucking asshole."
Do not fucking lie. Did you come out of there 10 minutes later? You're like, yeah, I'll have that beer.
You gotta get the taste out of your mouth after that.
They drank the entire day the next day because it was the only way we were gonna survive.
I was afraid that if I stopped, the accumulative hangover would literally, not figuratively, kill me.
No, there's a point at which your body will go, I don't know, fuck it, man. Just flush all the sugar, flush all the salts, just flush them out. Bad on the kidneys. It's real bad on the kidneys. But your body can do it. Consume enough water, vitamins, minerals, proteins, eat well. You'll be fine. You are not going to enjoy it.
Okay, see you soon,
Don't
Boba.
do it. Folks, okay, look, if you're old enough to be watching our shit, but too young to drink, let me tell you this one thing. Fucking be careful.
And if you
Like,
can't
for
be
real.
careful, name it after me.
I mean, I'd love to hear that there's a drinking thing called the Dr. Aesop special. But no, for real, y'all, no. Like, moderation. Like, be careful.
They won't.
Special is a shot of whiskey and a sucker punch.
Ugh.
I have done that. And I did it to you, man.
I actually used to like the
But you
whiskey
guys
with
were
the
smart.
pickle juice
Bullshit.
chaser.
And I missed.
Hey, it's
Because-
better than the way that it turned out for my other friend. My friend's cousin. That same gay friend. His cousin is a short dude and he has Napoleon syndrome. But for some reason, when he gets drunk is when it comes out the worst. He just turns into a fucking chaos goblin and a little shit. Well, for some
Aw.
reason, when he got drunk, he got it into his head that he was gonna pick a fight with me.
You're talking about J-Dog.
I think you told me this story.
Get some.
You're
Get
talking about
some.
J-Dog 100%.
Get you some.
It did happen.
Get you some.
And I'm not gonna lie, J-Dog, like, straight up was a gifted fighter. Like, that guy...
No.
He just-
I'm talking about my friend's cousin who's... This dude is like 5'4", 5'3". He is a short motherfucker. Like, he's short, he's skinny, he's just this like he's a lovable little runt. You know what I mean? What can I really say about the guy? But when he gets drunk, he'll get this little like fucking stick up his ass, and he wants to start fights with people. So he got it into his head he's gonna start the fight with me. So at the time I was a cigarette smoker, and I'm standing there talking with friends, smoking a cigarette, drinking beers. And every
Real
time he
quick.
would spot me with a cigarette, he would run up and he would just smack the ash out of my hand.
Oh, real quick,
Like he would smack the
Mags.
cigarette and smack the ash.
Mags, I finally added you to the stream visually. I'm sorry it took
Oh.
me this long to realize,
No worries.
Oh my goodness.
but I mean,
I was gonna be here.
I want to say this. I want to say this real quick. Mags is the reason that we're able to do this. Mags got the knowledge. Mags has told us about how to do the techniques and things that we need to know. Except for Bones. Bones knew a lot of shit before, but like for the rest of us, this dude it has helped to make this happen. And I just want to send some love.
Aww.
For real, man. If I didn't have this, what the fuck would I have?
No, Mags is cool as shit.
Yeah. Max the
I
boss.
should hope so. I should hope so.
He's the boss. Let's kiss his ass.
Like, he's the incarnate. He's the man, dude. He's the man making this happen. But now that I've said that, thank you so much for that time, Chaos. Please continue your story.
But yeah, so he smacking fucking cigarettes out my hand, just trying to start shit, dude. Like he would try and smack beers out of my hand the entire night, and I'm just trying to be calm, trying not to lose my shit, which is a very big person thing for me to do because I have always had a short fuse.
That is true.
I am never one for patience, and I was being such a good boy. Like I love fighting. God damn, do I love fighting it? And I gotta behave. I can't do it.
We sparred like medium hard one time. Me using everything I kind of knew, and him not. And I did alright. For a person who didn't know what the fuck they were doing, I maybe could have defended myself against an average person. This dude was going light on me, but I got him a couple times. He didn't expect. But once I got on the ground and he was on top, fight's over. He's just bigger. That's it. He's
Yeah,
just bigger.
but he's still trying to start shit, dude, and he's just pissing me off. I'm like, I'm trying my hardest.
That's this story. This wasn't me.
And I just, yeah, no, dude, I look at my friend, and I'm giving him the look of like, dude, I'm a fucking, it's like, you know, it's a pit bull with a chew toy. I'm gonna fuck him up.
Dude, you're four
He's like,
pissed
no.
off raccoons, and this dude thinks he can fuck with y'all having your party.
And he's just like, finally, the end of the night's there. We're all drunk. We're all having a good time. Someone mentioned Whataburger. And he jumps up on the fucking runner of my friend's truck. And mind you, my friend has a very lifted truck. So he scrambles up.
The
and
tiny
he
dick
starts...
trucks. Okay.
Yeah. He his joke is because he's gay. It's even funnier. Because you're like, oh, I bet you're gay. And he's like, yeah, because, you know, penis tastes yummy.
I drive the smallest vehicle I possibly can. Don't have a big dick. Like, just saying, like it's not always correlated. I drove a Honda Rebel 250.
I drive what I can afford.
That Chaos has now, and I hope it's taken care of better than I did.
Yeah.
Anyway, look.
I'm stripping it down right now. I need to replace and repair, but it'll get there. But no. So this little shit starts flicking these little annoying ass fucking kicks and his fucking Tony Llamas at me. And I'm just smacking his foot like, dude, stop. Bam, dude, knock it off. Like, I'm starting to get pissed off. The cigarette's starting to come out of my fucking mouth and I'm getting pissed off. I'm like, dude, knock it off. And he's being annoying. He's just saying, get you some. Get you some. Get you some. Get you some. Come on. Come on, Chaos. Come on, I've been waiting for this a long time. I'm a
Bum bum bum.
That's when I got pissed off and I just grabbed him by the ankles. I grabbed him by the ankles and I yanked real hard and I just pushed him to the, I'm like, dropped him to the ground. Just yank and swing down.
Well, big dude for
and
you.
He hits and you hear the air just. I
believe IRL your too, right?
That what?
Like IRL, you're 6'2"?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not a small dude.
I just
like
yanked
I'm
him.
5'6" IRL. Yeah, like,
I'm
Aesop
6 even.
is 6'10".
I'm 6 even. I'm right in between.
But he hits the floor and he just and I was like, did I get me some? Do you want me to keep going? I can keep going. And he's just like, nope. Nope, I do believe you got you some.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna get in the back of the truck now. And I'm like, good idea. Get in the fucking truck. And he's like, yes, sir.
This dude
Real
did-
quick went from get you some to yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Just don't fuck me up.
I saw one of
teach
the
me the,
funniest things once.
the lesson that if it's a big dude who's a better even if he's a better fighter than you, if you're smaller and lighter and have good cardio, I did have good cardio at the time. I was working out a lot. Had nothing better to do, and so I did all right. But the only thing you can do against a bigger person, and I learned this on LARP fields too, when you're doing boffer LARPs, is tire them out.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna throw big swings or they're gonna throw short pops. And if you, I always
Yeah,
did
a lot
my,
of big guys are not meant for not meant for distance. We're meant for fucking like high intensity.
like I would use a light dagger. Yes, I know, but I would use it reverse grip in the left hand and regular grip in the right hand, right? Sometimes both reverse, but it's because it's LARP. It's not shit you would really do in HEMA, where all I have to do is just block your shit with the one arm that's basically protected and just stab you. And so fuck your big weapon. Like,
There's nothing wrong with having a big weapon.
like if I'm gonna go up to a big dude in a real fight, no, I've already fucked up. I need to stay away, maybe throw a kick or two, hit the knees if I can, but stay away as much as I can. Light kicks at best, right? Because they have the most distance.
Mhm.
And
No, dude, chop the tree down. Just keep kicking at his shins, dude.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Literally, that's all you really got to do for any opponent. Really, is just do that.
But
Dude,
if you're-
Jose Aldo like
You're gonna be
unlocked that
slower.
trick for a lot of dudes, and that shit hurts.
That's not true. Mike Tyson's pretty big and he's lightning fast. Still.
Yep.
He would have won that fight.
I remember that. God,
The
that was our first collab.
Like how the fuck did? No, that's stupid. Your headshots were allowed in this fight. Oh, okay, you really. Okay, fuck you little pussy. Bitch.
Knock the fuck out. What happened?
It would have been the first round. It would have been the first 5 fucking seconds.
Nah,
His
Tyson's
balls
gotten to that
defenses
point
are
where he would have toyed with him.
No, because Mike Tyson knows he's old and he only has so much gas. He's smart. He's gonna get
That's
in
why he
there,
would have toyed with him for a little bit. He would have
No.
thrown some body shots, let him get confident, and then
but he had just been training for months and months how to do just explosion out the gate. Just boom, 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 like fuck him up torso style.
yeah, the old Tyson method,
Yeah, like
the custom
right
auto
away.
method.
Like because he's old now, and
No,
That's
that,
the
that
only
has
way he-
nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. It was
What do
it
you
was
think?
all staged.
Like when he
paid
got
off.
fucking
Yeah,
when he got
I-
revenge on Harry Holmes
Yeah,
for
it-
fucking Muhammad Ali, fucking
because
Tyson.
it's like you have to remember this is a major event that was streamed on Netflix, and if it would have been over in 5 minutes, everybody
Yeah,
would have
people would have been pissed.
no, you know what? Maybe, but also a lot of people would have been like, "See, motherfucker, see," and been very gratified with that 5 minutes. I would have been. But how much
Yeah,
was
you'd probably be in the minority.
But how much was it to view it on Netflix? Was it just like if you have Netflix, you can watch
No,
it?
you have to pay the yeah. It was like basically a bonus subscription bullshit, kind of like the bullshit they tried to pull with Disney Plus with certain new movies that they were trying to stream or whatever.
Yeah, you can buy the movie now, or you could suck my dick.
Reminds me,
I can wait a week or two.
Yeah.
we as a group, and
And
not
they're
a-
like, come on, dude, buy the movie. No, fuck you.
We should watch the WrestleMania just to watch it. Not on stream, obviously, but I think like At least
what
me,
we could
Bones,
start doing,
You-
I was going to throw this out the next meeting, is to help grow community, basically stuff, is on the Nocturne website, I'm sorry, the Nocturne Discord, we can start having movie nights where you can invite your audience and basically be like, hey, jump online on, I don't know, let's say Fridays, for example, we're going to watch whatever movie, and then you just live stream it via Discord, because Discord has different rules.
That's what we're basically doing already.
We
sometimes, yeah. But yeah, I think the WrestleMania is already here again, and I want to see what happens.
I would love to do some MST3K stuff.
I mean, I've missed a year of story time. MST3K would be dope.
Watching a movie and talking shit.
Start with,
Thank you, Dean.
what's it called? Space Mutiny.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Nah, Space Mutiny.
Fuck yeah.
With Brett Brown, it's their best one, dude. It's so good.
Manos, Hands of Fate.
No, you even with
Dude,
even
that
with
shit got
those-
a sequel, my dude.
Dude,
We got to make fun of some Steven Seagal, though.
Sequel, mano.
I tried watching the MST3K version of with the Manos. No, the movie.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Too drunk.
No,
Too drunk.
the movie is just.
We tried
that
it.
bad.
I remember. I vaguely remember it.
Like occasionally, some things will happen, and they'll just be like,
What the fuck is going on? How long are we into this?
"Hands of Fate," and they just keep. Whenever shit is slow, and they don't have a joke because it's so fucking stupid.
Fucking.
that
And it
they-
drags, dude. Literally, dude, we got 5 minutes into that shit, and we're like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah.
I started playing fucking hardcore just to keep myself entertained.
I don't think The Room is worse than Manos. I think The Room being the worst movie ever
Oh,
made.
hi,
it's fucking
Mark.
travesty. It's Manos
I did not.
because at least you can kind of follow The Room. Manos is, huh? The fuck is a satyr doing here? What's going on? What?
Dude, I don't
okay.
think that was a microdose.
Do we need to just backtrack? And did we miss something? Any backtrack? Oh no, we didn't miss anything. What the fuck is happening?
There's no fucking explanation for this shit. Just random.
Rambo movie? Rambo Last Blood?
No, thank you.
I never watched it.
There was a point.
Dude, that entire movie, do you want to understand what that movie was entirely about?
What?
Brown people bad.
That's the best.
Brown people bad.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, brown people bad. That was that whole movie. Brown people bad.
The one I watched, Last Blood, was the one where he's defending his own property against some partygoers who are being assholes.
Sort of, yeah.
And there's this one scene where he's having a conversation with somebody, and there is no information exchanged. There are no emotions exchanged. It's just, I have no idea
Jargon.
who wrote it, and I have no idea why Sylvester Stallone put up with it.
I know what movie we definitely have to watch. Knights of Badassdom.
Oh, yes!
I hate that movie.
What? I didn't think anyone hated that movie. Why did you hate it?
No, I 100% hate that movie because there was a time when I was trying to run multiple different LARPs, and that completely gives the wrong idea as far as what to expect out of LARP.
Oh yeah.
I
Totally.
generally hate
Well, that one in role
movies
models.
like that.
But, you know what?
Well, no, but you see that the thing that's different with role models is role models at least had an actual story that went along with it. The problem with Knights of Badassdom is it deviated very quickly away from the LARP stuff and went into real demon slaying.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
it
Oh,
was
yeah,
still
true,
fun,
true.
but yeah, no. And they didn't do the LARP stuff justice.
Yeah,
think,
exactly.
Honestly, you know who did? And please forgive me, I just really love this franchise. Supernatural,
Oh yeah.
when they did their
Just
LARP
naturally good.
episodes, they were really dope.
And I love that.
That's actually a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Oh my God! Thank you, Bobana. I got a sub. I hit 10.
Cool.
Woo!
Now,
Everybody!
Now
woo!
I will say if you guys enjoy that movie, more power to you. Like I don't shame anybody for liking it. It's just I can't stand that movie.
Dude, I like Tucker and Dale versus Evil a lot.
Oh, that's a great movie.
We should watch Tucker and Dale vs. Evil.
Officer, you would not believe the doozy of a day I have been having. You see, there's these college kids killing themselves on my
All of my property.
See, there's these college kids killing
He just
themselves.
dove right head first in the wood chipper.
And it's Alan Tudyk. I forget who the other actor is, but he actually carries the movie.
He does.
Alan
He's
Tudyk
really
can do
good.
it too.
Kill your
Alan
dog.
Tudyk's like,
If you
nah,
do
you're-
that, I'm gonna be very upset, mister.
Yes, Bobina, you are a 10 out of 10.
Here's the weird thing about Alan Tudyk. I just read it as a headline, but did you know he just got to the point where he's making more money than Ryan Reynolds?
Who? Alan Tudyk?
Did not know that.
Alan Tudyk.
Ah, well, that makes sense. He does everything. He played a cock once.
But at the same time, he does it well, and he seems to, as far as I know, I have to put that caveat in front of every star we talk about, a decent dude.
Yeah. I don't know anyone that doesn't like Alan Tudyk.
I don't
I
like
mean,
Resident
he's a
Evil.
Texan. Can't hate the man.
I love Alan Tudyk. I don't like Resident Alien.
I like Resident Alien, but I only got through the first season.
Yeah, see, you got through it. Yeah, that's indicative. You got through it.
Well, I mean, that's as far as I've gotten.
Okay, fair. But it's still the Alan Tudyk's amazing, but I don't think the writing is there.
Yeah, that's why generally I don't.
I think that they put too much on Alan Tudyk's shoulders on that show. I think the other characters are boring in that show.
Yeah,
I constantly was living for him talking shit to the kid. I found those the most priceless moments.
Yeah.
those yes, and it still involves a kid, which gross.
Wait, what?
Cute little
Fucking
motherfuckers.
Kenny's.
Probably smell
There's a YouTuber I like.
It-
There's this YouTuber I watch for horror movie reviews and sci-fi reviews,
But Max was gonna say
and
something.
he calls kids in movies and like horror films Kenny's.
Chaos.
Like,
I'm sorry to
it's
interrupt
cool.
you.
It's cool. No, it's cool. Don't worry. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to. Oh,
No, I
I'm
mean-
storytelling again.
No, I was just gonna say I generally like I don't hate actors. If a movie is bad, I just think it's either chop it up to bad writing because you can look at somebody like Peter Capaldi, who was the I think the 13th Doctor. He did a fantastic job,
Mhm.
and
So I've heard.
he was
a
in
lot
Skins.
of a lot of the episodes were shit, but he carried it because he was a good actor. So if somebody says he was a terrible doctor, I was like, no, that's terrible writing.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
He is
From what I've heard.
Awesome fucking actor. I've seen him in some police procedurals, and
Oh yeah,
He's really
he was
fucking good.
serious.
but I
he
loved him in
also
Skins.
did a
Like
great
he
job
was
in
the dad.
The Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
in Suicide Squad. Yeah. He
Oh,
was
yeah.
the,
The second one.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to remember the name of the
Good
villain he played.
The brain thing, whatever. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's so many of them in DC.
that's the
It's hard
problem.
to keep track. But fantastic fucking movie. Idris Elba. Everybody had fun making that movie. You could tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
I believe
that's the movies that tend to be the best when you can tell that the actors are having a great time.
Yep.
That's why Firefly is still so popular.
Oh yeah, they were having a blast.
They were having a fucking amazing time. Like, and that's what I intend to do to be the draw for.
And
for
I'm
Chronicles.
so happy they got Nathan Fillion to play Deadpool in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
nobody
that's
knew
pretty
it.
dope.
Nobody knew it. Yeah, just like they got what's his name to do Cowboy Pool. You
That's
know,
a good cock.
McConaughey.
Oh, really?
McConaughey was Cowboy Pool
Like in the suit or just the voice?
in the suit. Well, as far as I know, the suit. It was the voice, definitely.
Well, it is McConaughey. He might have been like, "Can I wear the suit?" Like,
Just to say he did. Yeah, I would. I'd be like, fuck yeah.
look, Headpool. That's a good Cockney. Even if it's an over-the-top Cockney, it still hit the right Cockney beats.
Do you know how many people don't know the story of Deadpool? I know it in detail.
Yeah,
So,
it's from Marvel Zombies.
Yep. That's how they beat him. The zombie Deadpool was thrown into an airboat fan in a swamp. The only thing that survived was his head.
Yeah, and regular, well, one of the Deadpools, I think it was 616 Deadpool, but I'm not sure. He comes along and he's like, well, as long as you don't bite me, we're cool, right? And he's like, you know what? Sure. And so they're just best buddies throughout.
Which means technically there was a being that could have spread a zombie apocalypse right there in that movie.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
it's not entirely true because they stated in Marvel Zombies if they don't eat after a certain length of time, they do regain their sentience, so to speak.
Well,
The desire to
sentience.
feed goes away.
Oh, and that's what happened to Headbutt.
Well,
because he
sentience,
couldn't
but
eat.
that doesn't mean he can't spread the disease, right?
Well, no, he can
spread it.
still do it, but he has no desire to bite anymore.
Right.
That's the yeah.
Yeah, and that's the joke, is because that's why I love Deadpool, because even at its worst writing in the comics, it's still referential to something that it's like, like, oh shit, did they just do that? You know what I mean?
I've been reading Deadpool since way back in the day. I saw a comic where he was in a fight with Howard the Duck, and Howard the Duck was in his karate gear using quack fu. It was way back in the day. I read Deadpool's first activity book, which was friggin' hilarious.
Oh.
Nice.
See, I wouldn't throw a Deadpool or Wolverine character into the game. That, first of all, how the fuck would I stat that? I don't think there's other than another Fira, a way to do that. Maybe
Yeah,
a technocratic
there's
construct.
ways. No, you're thinking too esoteric. You need to think more simple. Just have him be a chaos spirit.
Yeah. I like to think of him as the troll.
Hammerling?
If you could say something at the right time, you have to say it. There's no way to shut you up.
That would be great. For both of the suggestions, the Chimerling and the character it doesn't have a filter. And given that Vegas is very well balanced, oddly, which is why it's important to the Chronicle, I think that would be interesting to throw in things that aren't just worm threats, but threats.
Worm gets boring.
Yeah, well, yeah, but also threats from the wild and obviously the Weaver. The Weaver is the big threat, but both of them. But the wild is sometimes very threatening, very, fucking wild. And that would be amazing. Thank you. I didn't think about that, but thank you. Like a Chimerling that just, hey, I'm manifested.
I played a Deadpool-like character in a game once, and it was a blast. And I was driving people nuts. You know, I think of him kind of like a troll. If somebody says something like, say one more word, you're going to say one more word. You have no choice. You have to.
See, I love shit. That was one of the reasons I do like the Fae in the World of Darkness, is because their powers might not all be really potent, crazy shit, but some of it is like, the fuck, really? Like, and I know there's a bunch of shit in Vampire and Werewolf and everything that are like, the fuck, really? But no, Changeling, some of them are like, you're kidding me, right? For real. Even the live action versions, it was like, if I have naming it like 3 or 4, you come at me with anything, I could be like, steel, and that disappears. You whatever was steel on the weapon that you're coming at me with, that's gone. But it's really hard to do. It's high banality. You might as well play a mage if you want to play a changeling. It's easier to do your magic as a mage than as a changeling. But changelings are also incredibly pop. Like there's a lot of them. And all they really have to do is like, here, catch this coin. And you catch the coin, and now you have glamour, and now all their shit works on you.
Oh,
So
I had a friend that loved Changeling so much. His bunks he would do in live action always had me in tears laughing. I was like eager to see what he was going to do next.
that's what they're supposed to do. Like changelings are supposed to be like that, I think, but depends on the kith.
There was one game the Changeling got everyone singing that beat from one of the clothing commercials and boots and pants and boots and pants, and it slowly spread like everyone started singing it. It was ridiculous.
It's a good bunk. That's a powerful bunk because holy shit!
It was like
Yeah,
contagious. Like everyone just heard it and they started singing it, and he's like, "See, it works."
I always had trouble with bunks in live action, man.
It's because you always overthink them.
Yeah, that's what it was because I was trying to play a puka. I never used my powers. I just like transforming into a bird and just knowing everything that was happening in the entire chronicle. Because that's where I was a bird. And there was a couple of characters who had things with birds or something, so I'd land on their shoulder. And they'd be like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And they had no idea.
My wife played a gangrel
Me,
that had the
behind
flight
him.
form of a silverback gorilla, and her flight form was a minor bird, so that she actually had vocal cords to speak.
Yeah, I did the same thing with the puka, the raven. A raven puka, so it could speak in.
We figured the minor bird and the gorilla were in a close enough region that they would make sense for her character, who was a pirate during those days.
You know what's weird? I've actually seen minor birds. I think it's in the San Antonio Zoo.
I've seen minor birds too, and they've been on TV because they could talk.
No, but those San Antonio Zoo minor birds, they didn't.
They don't have to do it on command.
Oh, no, they didn't. But I spent some time there, and I was talking to them, like, "Hey, what's going on?" I was trying to get them to say something, and nope,
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, I've seen them on TV, and I looked them up. They're like one of the only bird species. Like they don't mimic speech with their sounds. They actually have vocal cords. So I was like, that's fascinating. I was like, that I didn't know that. I thought it was like other birds, like parrots, where they just mimic the. No, they actually say it.
Well, so do corvids. Think about corvids. Yes, is a clade, but there are things that we consider crows that are not in the corvid clade, and there are things in the corvid clade that we don't consider crows that don't do the same thing as these particular birds do, which is learn to speak
Well, hey,
and
Webb,
solve problems. What's up, Chad?
I hate to cut you off, but I gotta jump off and go to bed.
I actually do too, but I didn't want to interrupt.
You're fine. I just had a good time.
Yeah, very awesome
No.
conversation. I wish I could actually pay attention to it more. And I'm like, I looked at the time. I was like, oh, it's 10. I gotta go to bed.
It's 11 for me.
We've done pretty well tonight. I think we've had a fantastic time. I have.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to jinx it, but most of the show you had more viewers than me. Congratulations.
Oh,
Awesome, dude. Huh.
I'll have to check.
All right, brother. Well, I will catch you. I will catch you on Friday. I will. I'll hit you up. We'll talk. We'll game. We'll do something.
Yeah, Bones?
Yep.
All right.
I'll see y'all later. Have a good night, everybody.
See y'all later.
Peace out.
Good night, brothers. Bye.
See y'all.